endless night, a mind that races where no space seems right. Before I'm breaking out, but where's the door? Time echoes loud on the empty floor. The world outside feels far and wide, while I'm locked inside with shadows I fight, flying back to my teens. I see myself running through the fields with the sun on my back and the dikes on fire. I'm heading south to the ones I love, and don't call me a liar. There was no need to stand alone. Crawling walls, my silent screams, hearing whispers choked in dreams. Can't breathe in, can't break free. This trapped soul just yearns to flee. In my mind I seek the sea for open waves to carry me.
I'm the founder of these international locked-in syndrome webinars. I hold a BA in psychology and philosophy and a master's in neuroscience. In 2011, I founded and I continue to run the Australian Register for Disorders of Consciousness within the Australian Brain Foundation. My neuroscience work and my PhD was halted when I got very sick with meningitis, pneumonia, and pleurisy all at once in 2013. I'm a lot better now, but I'm still recovering. Some days are better than others. In early 2023, I launched the Locked-in Syndrome online community forum, which is on Facebook. I think pretty much all of you are members of that by now. I'm Australian. I'm happily married to my husband, Max, and we live part of each year in Sydney and part of each year here. I'm in England at the moment. And I'll introduce you now to my co-host. This is Bauke, and he'll explain a little bit about himself and things we're going to be doing today.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Bauke van Balen. You may recognize me from previous year. I do PhD research in ethics and philosophy in Utrecht at the University Medical Center. I'm at the Brain Center department also right now. You may see above me here a tiny brain in the background. My research is about the lived experiences of people that live locked in, about their experience of communication, well-being, and personhood. And for that, I interview both people that live locked in, communication partners, and medical professionals. And I try to use my insights to think about how can we design and develop communication technologies that fit the lived experiences of these people. I'm very happy to be here today. My role today will be technical. I will try to make sure that everything runs smoothly in the background, and maybe also chip in during the breaks with some questions. If you have a technical question, feel free to chat me. Yeah, I will now start to play a song that was actually composed by our first presenter today, Dick van der Heijden, who Shen will introduce more clearly in a moment. He written and composed this song himself, and I will start to play it now. So enjoy.
Every inch feels tight in the endless night, a mind that races where no space seems right. Before I'm breaking out, but where's the door? Time echoes loud on the empty floor. The world outside feels far and wide, while I'm locked inside with shadows I fight, flying back to my teens. I see myself running through the fields with the sun on my back and the dikes on fire. I'm heading south to the ones I love, and don't call me
Thank you very, very much for that, Dick. We're going to hear more of that in the lunch break. We're going to play some more of that wonderful composition that Dick has made for us. Well, he's made in general, and he kindly gave us consent to use it today. Dick's one of the longest living individuals with locked-in syndrome. This year marks his 33rd year in this condition, making him a true veteran. In 1991, at the age of 28, Dick suffered a brainstem stroke due to hereditary high cholesterol levels. This event resulted in him becoming locked in, along with all its implications. Dick resides alone in a typical row house with an attached bedroom. He shares his living space with his care team, who tend to all aspects of his life, from computer work to medical procedures, such as suctioning his airways, but also managing his laundry and doing a lot of communication with him. Today, he's presenting a mini documentary that he's created, and we will follow a day in his life. You should give special attention to the music that he uses, as it all originates from the band that Dick played in during the 1980s. Over to you, Dick.
Hallo, ik ben Erna en ik ben een van de 18 verzorgenden uit het team van Dick. Dick heeft in 1991 op 28-jarige leeftijd een hersenstamminfarct gehad als gevolg van een familiair hoog cholesterolgehalte. Het gevolg was het locked-in syndroom met alles erop en eraan. Dick leeft als alleenstaande in een rijtjeshuis met een aangebouwde slaapkamer. Hij leeft hier samen met zijn zorgteam dat alles voor hem doet. Van computerwerk tot medische handelingen zoals het uitzuigen van zijn luchtwegen en bijvoorbeeld de was. Ik ga nu zijn ontbijt maken en hem uit bed halen. Medicijnen voor zijn spieren, bloedverdunners en voor zijn cholesterol. En 200 cc medicatie klaar voor het vernevelen. Een spuitje glycosiel om de taaie slijmen wat op te lossen. En een pipetje om de longblaasjes open te zetten. Nou, dan gaan we hem wakker maken. Ga ik finish in je linker doen. te duur dat hier zit. Ga ik van de beademing afhalen. En ik heb met Dick afgesproken niet alles te filmen, omdat hij best heftig kan reageren. Dus, nou, ik zal delen laten zien. Dick, ben je er klaar voor? Even je spuitje erbij zetten. Oké zo? Dick, zullen we een muziekje opzetten? Wat wil je horen? Iets uit een kratje? Ja? Kratje 1? Heb je al idee van wat je uit dit kratje wil? Oh, eerste. A, E, I, B, C, D, E, F, G. Eerste. Tweede. J, K, L, M, N, O. Eerste. A, E, I, B, C, D, E, F, G. Eerste. Fish on Friday. Even zoeken nog. Deze. Komt-ie op. Ik denk dat je in die tussentijd wel af kan koppelen. Goed? Het infarct vond plaats op 31 augustus 1991 om 2 uur 's nachts. Dick is toen gelijk naar het ziekenhuis in Goes gebracht, maar daarna ook weer direct overgebracht naar het Dijkzicht ziekenhuis in Rotterdam. Daar kreeg de familie te horen dat ze niks meer voor hem konden doen. Hij zou spoedig komen te overlijden. Eenmaal terug in Goes zijn in de maanden daarna de maagzonde en de suprapub aangebracht. Ook leerde Dick letteren met zijn ogen. Ik zal een stukje voorlezen uit zijn eerste boek, Mijn ogen zeggen alles. Ik ga het niet zelf voorlezen, ik laat de computer het doen.
Hij pakte een stoel en ging naast Diana en mijn moeder zitten die inmiddels op hun vertrouwde plaatsen waren aangeschoven. Ik heb het alfabet in 3 rijen gekapt. De eerste rij bestaat uit de letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. De tweede rij uit J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. En de derde rij uit S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Eerste rij, tweede rij. En toen knipperde ik en Harry stak zijn duim in de lucht. Hij noemde de letters van de tweede rij op en bij de letter Q knipperde ik weer. Harry schreef de Q op en zonder fouten deden we de andere letters ook. Na de R zei Harry, quasar? Is dat het woord dat je aan wil geven? Ik ken het niet, jij? En hij gaf het papiertje met de 6 letters aan Diana. Ze dacht even na en toen viel het kwartje. Dat is een band waar hij een cd van heeft, zei ze opgelucht. Ik keek midden in het lachende gezicht van Harry, die me overlaadde met schouderklopjes. Goed gedaan, manneke. Goed gedaan. Er heerste een euforische stemming in mijn kamer. Die ochtend betekende voor mij de grote doorbraak. Het stilzwijgen was doorbroken, ze hadden me weer aan de praat gekregen.
Wil je iets zeggen, Dick? Eerste, A, E, I, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Eerste, A, eerste, tweede, J, K, L. Eerste, tweede, J, K, L. Eerste, tweede, J, K, L, M, N, O. Hallo? Eerste, tweede, derde. Dat was wat je wilde zeggen? Oké. Na 5 maanden werd Dick stabiel verklaard en ging hij naar BIO, een kinderrevalidatiecentrum op de Veluwe. Eigenlijk was alles top daar, zegt Dick. De kinderen, de verpleging, het gebouw, het terrein, de omgeving. 7 maanden heeft Dick daar gezeten. Al zijn aanpassingen zijn daar aangemeten. Met een spraakcomputer wilde het nog niet zo lukken. Inmiddels hadden zijn toenmalige vriendin en hij een aangepast huis gevonden. En via een verblijf van 3 maanden in een verpleegtehuis in Goes woont hij nu al 32 jaar thuis.
Goedemorgen. Even mijn handen wassen. Weekend gehad. Nou, we gaan eerst even de schouder wat losmaken. Ja, omdat de spieren eigenlijk niet de functie hebben die ze zouden moeten hebben. Dat er geen informatie van bovenuit komt. Doen de spieren, maar ook de gewrichten van armen en benen doen eigenlijk niks. En om te zorgen dat het niet helemaal verstijft in de gewrichten en de spieren niet helemaal naar binnen verkrampen en in elkaar blijven zitten, proberen we op deze manier de gewrichten en de spieren wat op peil te houden. Dat het en voor Dick prettig voelt, maar ook voor de verzorging makkelijker is om aan te kleden, uit te kleden en de verdere verzorging te doen. Okay, dus de vingers strekken, de duim proberen achterover te krijgen, dat hij uit de stand komt waar hij het grootste deel van de dag en nacht naartoe betrokken wordt. Nou, Ajax is nog niet uit de zorgen volgens mij. Op trainingskamp hadden ze nou verloren? Volgens mij wel, hè? Goed, 1 keer in de week doen we op deze manier ook de benen bewegelijker maken. Zo, tot donderdag Dick. Prettige dag verder. Tot kijk.
Dick speelde met hart en ziel saxofoon in allerlei bands. Dit zijn beelden van 2 jaar voor zijn infarct. Hij had net een nieuwe saxofoon gekocht. Pas 11 jaar na zijn infarct kwam Dick in contact met een computerprogrammeur die samen met hem een programma gemaakt heeft. Het heet Sight. Omdat Dick zijn ogen niet opzij kan bewegen, zijn eigenlijk alle standaardprogramma's niet geschikt. Mede hierdoor zie je de geschreven tekst boven in beeld lopen, zodat hij kan zien wat hij schrijft. Het programma wordt bediend met een reflecterende sticker die de beweging van zijn lip omzet in een computerklik. Elke dag maakt Dick er gebruik van. Hij wil de eerste zijn met een muislip. Dick is altijd erg positief ingesteld en heel humoristisch. Mijn naam bijvoorbeeld is erg lastig te onderscheiden van de gewone Nederlandse taal. Erna, Erna. Dus Dick bedacht daar iets op en die dacht, ik doe dat in het Engels. After it. Dus toen we dat wat vlotter uitspraken, werd het Astrid. Al meer dan 30 jaar schrijft Dick elke week een cd-recensie. Jarenlang deed hij dat voor allerlei tijdschriften en websites van een ander. Maar sinds 2021 is hij voor zichzelf begonnen. Samen met iemand heeft hij een prachtige website gebouwd. Daar is Dick heel fanatiek mee bezig. Regelmatig checken we hoe alles erbij staat. De statistieken zijn heel belangrijk voor hem. Zo kunnen we zien dat de site al in meer dan 100 landen bekeken is. Verder zijn we de hele middag en avond bezig met dingetjes voor Dick en het huishouden. Dick is erg actief op social media, Facebook, WhatsApp, zijn mail bekijken. Ook steekt hij veel tijd in het organiseren van zijn zorg. Er is altijd veel was. De stofzuiger roept dagelijks, de planten moeten water gegeven worden, etc. Morgen wil Dick naar zijn vader. Ik ga dat even met hem regelen. Zal ik Marco even bellen? Hey Marco, met Erna. Ik ben bij Dick en Dick wil morgen graag naar zijn vader. Kan dat? Is dat oké? Oké, prima. Doeg. Dick voor elkaar. Dick, lig je goed zo? Ja? Okido. Dan ga ik de lichten uitdoen. En dan gaan we lekker slapen. Oké? Slaap lekker. En als het wat is, hoor ik het, toch? Doeg!
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much, Dick. And thank you, Erna, or should I call you Astrid? It was really, really interesting to see the complexities involved in Dick's life and how he's overcome those and the amazing things that he's done. I was stunned by the collection of CDs you've got. It's just walls and walls of CDs. You really are keen on music. The other thing I wanted to draw attention to is I don't know how many people were really listening to the lyrics of the songs, but Dick wrote those songs back in the 1980s, and some of them feel so appropriate to what's ended up happening to him. It's almost as if there was a prescience there, as if some part of him knew that this was going to happen. Quite extraordinary. Thank you very, very much, Dick. Does anyone have any questions for Dick or his care team? Any questions that you have, Dick's always on our community forum, and on the forum there's a link to his own website and his own contacts, so you can communicate directly with him if you'd like to. He looked as if he was having so much fun doing all of that. Sorry,
Shannon?
was somebody wanting to speak?
Shannon?
Yes.
I do actually have a question, but it's a little bit of a bureaucratic question.
Yes.
How are the costs of care covered in this particular case? I mean, this differs from country to country, so I'm interested in this sort of practical question.
That is interesting. I wonder if one of Dick's care team is able to help us with that. I'm not sure that there's anybody there that's...
Yeah, there is a...
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi. You mean the amount that it costs, or the way and the amount?
No, I don't want to know how much it costs. I want to know whether there is a state system or some system. I mean, the costs are very high everywhere, and different countries have different systems. Some have a lot of support, some have very little support. In some countries, people have to deal with the costs through private insurances and so on. So, how is it in your case?
I have to ask Dick because I don't know, but Dick knows exactly what it costs. So we have to ask him. Is that okay with you?
And it's less how much it costs than how it's covered, no?
Maybe I can help to translate, because I speak both English and Dutch. Dus Fernando bedoelt niet hoe duur het is, de zorg, maar hoe het bij ons in Nederland is geregeld qua verzekeringen of vanuit de overheid, of Dick wordt geholpen en dat soort dingen. Als jullie in het Nederlands willen antwoorden, kan dat ook, dan vertaal ik het weer door.
I think Dick wants to say something about it.
Oké.
Eerste, A, eerste, tweede, JKLMNO,
EFG via PGB, eerste, tweede, JKLMN, eerste, A, eerste, A, eerste, tweede, JKLMN, OPQR, eerste, AEIB, eerste, tweede, JK, eerste, AEIBCD, EFG, A, eerste, AE, eerste, AEIB, maar ik heb eerste, tweede, JKJ, eerste, A, eerste, tweede, JKLMN, OPQR, eerste, AE, eerste, tweede, JKLMN, maar ik heb jaren eerste, AE, I, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, eerste, AE, eerste, AE, eerste, tweede, JKL, eerste, tweede, derde, S, C, U, B, B, eerste, AE, eerste, AE, I, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, eerste, AEI, eerste, AEI, B, C, D, E, F, G, maar ik heb jaren heel weinig. Eerste, AE, I, B, C, D, E, F, G, eerste, AE, eerste, tweede, JK, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, O, P, Q, R, eerste, AE, eerste, AEI, B, C, D, E, F, G, gekregen, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, O, P, Q, eerste, A, eerste, tweede, derde, S, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, eerste, A, eerste, tweede, nee, pas, NA, eerste, AE, I, B, C, D, eerste, A, eerste, tweede, derde, SC, pas na dat, eerste, AE, I, B, eerste, tweede, JK, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, O, P, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, O, P, eerste, AE, I, B, eerste, AE, I, B, C, D, op IC, pas nadat ik op het IC, eerste, AEI, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, eerste, AE, eerste, AEI, B, heb, eerste, AEI, B, C, D, E, F, G, gelegen, eerste, AEI, B, C, B, heel, eerste, AEI, eerste, tweede, derde, S, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, eerste, AE, eerste, A, tweede, JKL, N, is men, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, O, eerste, tweede, derde, STU, VW, eerste, AE, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, O, P, Q, R, is men over, eerste, tweede, derde, S, eerste, tweede, derde, ST, eerste, A, eerste, AEI, B, C, D, E, F, T, overstag, eerste, AEI, B, C, D, E, F, T, eerste, AE, eerste, AEI, B, C, D, E, F, T, gegaan, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, eerste, AE, met, eerste, AE, I, B, C, D, E, F, G, eerste, A, eerste, tweede, derde, ST, eerste, tweede, derde, S, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, O, fatsoenlijk, eerste, tweede, JKL, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, O, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, O, eerste, tweede, JKL, N, met fatsoenlijk loon, eerste, tweede, derde, punt, ja. En misschien is het wel handig om nog even te vertellen dat het vanuit de verzekering betaald wordt hier in Nederland.
Wet langdurige zorg. De verzekering is in twee opgedeeld, wet langdurige zorg en zorgverzekeringswet. En vanuit de WLZ is de PGB toegekend.
Ja, persoonlijk
So there is insurance in the Netherlands from which you get a personal budget that you can pay your caregivers with. And Dick just said that, so you get this budget, but for him, he got a very little amount for years, and only after he was at the intensive care, they went overboard and started to giving him a proper amount of personal budget. Thanks for the answer.
Wil je nog meer zeggen of niet? Nee? Oké.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very
Great.
much. Thank you for your question, Fernando, and thank you very much for your answer, Dick. That was really comprehensive. We understand the system there now. I think we need probably to move on to the next one. Thank you again very much for that wonderful presentation. And if Coralie's here, we now have Professor Coralie Graham doing the next presentation. She kindly gave us a presentation last year and she's doing a follow-up this year. She's an associate professor in the School of Nursing and Midwifery at the University of Southern Queensland. She's duly registered as a registered nurse and also as a psychologist, and has worked in a number of roles in both of these professional capacities. Coralie's research interests include equity, which is through the Ramsden Cultural Safety Model, and treatments for chronic neuroinjury and stroke. Her presentation today is ensuring that all people in healthcare are treated individually and without bias defines cultural safety. In recognition of this, Australia's Health Practitioner Regulation Agency has mandated that all regulated health practitioners are required to complete cultural safety training. Recognising that people with a disability are people with the same individual needs as everyone, who need to be treated and are communicated with without bias. That's what cultural safety is all about. And I hand you over now to Coralie.
Thank you so much for that introduction. You can hear me okay?
We can. Thank you. Good to see you, Coralie.
Yes, you too. Thank you. And thank you very much, Dick, for your amazing presentation. Ironically, my own son had a brain injury about 2 weeks after Dick's injury. So, and that's created my passion for both of the research areas that I currently work in. And I'd been a registered nurse for a long time when my own son had his brain injury, which then I went and did a psychology degree trying to find answers for my son because I knew that they were not right. And so I'll share my presentation. But for me, this is not just professional, this is very personal. And really important that that we find solutions where we can. I'm going to talk really briefly about the stroke research. So my 2 research streams are about stroke, but neuroinjury more broadly, and also the cultural safety, and I'll talk more about that. So before I do go any further, I am Australian, and so I would like to begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and to pay my respect to their elders past and present, and extend that respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. So the PSE research, so PSE stands for perispinal etanercept, which is a treatment that is being offered off-label in a single clinic in Florida in the US. So I personally became involved in this nearly exactly 10 years ago to the day that we took my son over to America for this treatment after doing a lot of research. He had been left with catastrophic disability as a result of his brain injury. And so I recognised that more research was needed. And so we set up a charity and funded the first clinical trial looking at post-stroke pain. I then stood down from the charity and went and worked with the research team on a phase 2 larger study. We saw amazing improvements in many people on that study. We haven't been able to publish that at this stage. More recently, only in the last few weeks, the PESTO was called the PESTO clinical trial from the Florey Institute in Melbourne, have published recognising that much more research is needed. So I'm currently seeking funding for a phase 3 study. So there's potential for this research for many areas of neuroinjury. So just really briefly about the neuroinjury, the way that it's understood to work is that post any kind of injury, it doesn't matter how the injury happens, there's an elevation in a protein that causes neurons in the area around the dead area to go to sleep. And basically the way that it is thought to work is that with the injection, that this dormant area is awakened. And we certainly saw on both the first and the second clinical trial, people have really quite amazing improvements, but we need more research. So just really, really briefly, it's an injection into the base of the neck above the spine, and followed by a head down tilt. You can see on the next slide, if my mouse will work, that there's a heavily vascular area here. There are no valves between here and here, and the treatment is injected into that area, and people are tilted head down on this bed for 5 minutes following that treatment. So that's the way that research works. I'm still involved in that research. I'm not going to give up after seeing the improvements that my own son had, and also many other people. My son wasn't on the clinical trial from his treatment in America. So the next thing, like I said, this is, it's not separate, even though it kind of sounds separate. But in order for people in healthcare, and this is my main teaching area as well as a research area, looking at keeping people, regardless of their kind of who they are, what their makeup is, that people are people. And in healthcare, people need to be treated equitably. So the photo there is of Irahapati Ramsden. She was a Maori nurse from New Zealand, and it's her model that is now mandated in nursing in Australia. So we were one of the first nursing programs to utilize to put the course together, and I've been teaching that for the last 3 years, and learned a lot about me. But learned and hopefully helped students to learn a lot about themselves, to make sure that they're providing unbiased care to everybody that they provide care to. So when she talks about cultural safety, most people hear the term culture and think of ethnicity, think of a culture different ethnically to mine. Certainly that's part of it, but culture is not just about ethnicity. So it may or may not involve kinship, but it is about all different types of cultures, and I'll talk more as we go through. But culture is very dynamic and mobile, and it changes according to time, and a whole range of other social, political areas. And I can see in Dick's presentation that music is and still is very much your culture. So that's definitely a culture. So many cultures that we are all part of numerous cultures as part of our day-to-day life. And that's important to us as who we are. If we're in care, in any kind of receiving any kind of care, whether we're hospitalized for a whole range of reasons, everybody needs to be treated in the way that they need to be treated, so that they are receiving person-centered care. Certainly we need all the biological stuff and making sure we get our medication and all that kind of stuff, but we need to be treated as ourselves, not just an object with a biomedical problem. For our students and ourselves, we need to ensure that healthcare workers understand their own cultures and understand that we can't just see somebody's culture by just looking at them, that we can't just make assumptions about who they are without asking them. And it's not an interrogation of, you know, all of the details of their life, but certainly talking to people. It's all part of forming rapport, getting to know people, getting to know their interests, so that they can trust us with more private information as we go through. So we also need to understand that we all have conscious and unconscious biases. And so obviously the unconscious biases we don't know about, and they can very negatively impact on the care that we provide. And so we need to make sure that we are providing person-centred, culturally safe care. So as Shanna was saying at the start, it's now mandated for nurses in Australia, and certainly we're seeing many other healthcare professions making it mandatory as well in recognition. So our course is being used now. We have occupational therapists, physiotherapists, psychologists, speech pathologists, and so on, all doing in recognition of how important this is, all coming into our program to have the cultural safety, the Ramsden model cultural safety training. So we need to make sure that we, you know, we're providing care regardless of gender, age, race, appearance, skin colour, sexual orientation, disability, religion, and all sorts of other subcultures within those. And certainly in this environment, certainly any kind of neurological injury, there would be a shared understanding that is definitely a culture. It's kind of like belonging to a club that you just really don't want to be part of, but there is a shared understanding. So Ramsden proposed a 3-step progression towards culturally safe care, starting with cultural awareness, cultural sensitivity, then reflecting on the impact of those things to create a culturally safe environment. And I'll just take you really briefly through each of those steps. So the first one, cultural awareness, is about developing an understanding that there's a difference between people and their lived experiences. So the way that we grew up, the political environment that we grew up in, our social environment. So what financial aspects we had, you know, whether we had a whole lot of money or not much money, or, you know, all of those things really have an impact on the way that we see the world. And so it's really the first step to understanding that there's differences and similarities between each of us, and they're not better or worse. There's no right or wrong. We're just all who we are as we grow and experience our world. So all of those things. Then in the second phase of the Ramsden model, looking at, and we talk about legitimacy of difference. So this is where we teach our students about learning to reflect on their life, on their experiences, and to learn about others, to learn that it's okay that we're different to each other. It's not that anybody's better, not that anybody's worse, that we're all different to each other. We all have different needs, different ways of expressing ourselves, to be part of our world. So I'm just looking at my notes here to make sure I don't miss anything. So we must learn to self-reflect. So we must understand our own cultures and the biases. And these biases, like I said, the conscious biases, we might know that we're always suspicious of people with, you know, who wear a purple jacket or whatever it is, whether it's about skin color, we might be aware that we have a bias towards particular population groups. And obviously that's not safe in healthcare. But the most dangerous ones are unconscious bias. So where we have a bias maybe towards people with a disability that we don't even know that we have. And in healthcare, that is dangerous. I can remember years and years ago when my son, this is my son with a disability, was admitted to hospital, and a nurse told me that she would get back to my son, that she had some normal people that she needed to look after, and then she would come back to my son. And like, it was midnight, it was in the middle of the night, and he was so sick, and I just stood there. I couldn't even speak, and I was just like, and she clearly had no idea that that bias existed. So in the course that I teach, I love to write case studies that really challenge our students. My case studies generally have a disability, and there's often overlap as well, what we call intersectionality, where people have maybe belong to a couple of different cultural groups, like they might be dark skinned, or they might have a particular religion that maybe is like in a minority of the population. And so I expose students to those case studies so that they're exposed to those before, so that they can reflect on that and go, oh, wow, I had no idea that I thought negatively about people from particular population groups, so that they learn it before they go out into care, and then expose people to unconscious bias. So we need to learn about ourselves. So, like, say, for example, my cultures, probably, I hope some of you can understand me with my Australian accent. So, I mean, people look at people and just go, okay, I know who you are. You know, that you're white skinned, that you're a nurse, you're an educator. So I just put this together for myself, just to kind of show just how complex we are. I'm a lap swimmer, and so, you know, we have really quite a demented culture around, you know, a shared I still find it odd, even though I do it every day, about water temperature. We great long discussions about that. My family here, we all have a shared understanding, particularly around my son here who has a disability. I grew up on a farm, so definitely rural culture doesn't go away. Medical culture. So there's a whole range of different cultures, and all of us are like that. And our healthcare providers need to understand that they're not just, you can't see who you're providing care for without talking to people about learning who they are, so that, like, people like Dick, to make sure that music is part of his care. That's part of his life, part of who he is. So that he gets the care that he needs. So the part of the Ramsden model is looking at recognizing that we have a worldview, and so these are things that are taught to us. So as we grow up, we don't even know. Like, there were things definitely that I had as part of my worldview, that when I went to university, that when I met some of the people that I was kind of a bit cautious of, I had no idea why I was cautious of those people. But it really challenged my way of thinking, because I was like, they're me. And they are biases that we have been taught as part of our upbringing. And certainly we're seeing more of that now, because we don't just have our parents and our peers at school teaching us stuff, social media, TV, all of those kind of things that really strongly influence the way that we see the world. So what can we do about it, I guess? Like I said, in the in the classes certainly that we run, we look at all of these things and get students to challenge the way that they see people who are from maybe a group that they don't understand, and so we need students to understand, and I'll use stroke and neuroinjury here as a culture, that there is a shared, immediate and unexpected life change. None of us right away and go, I think I'll have a brain injury. Like it happens. And there's a shared understanding of that unexpected, confronting, life-changing experience that other people cannot know. And the shared disability and the impacts, the communication challenges, all of those things, and discrimination that should not exist. So that's really why cultural safety, and like I said, it's not just about neuroinjury. I've just used that as an example, but it could be about people's their skin color or their religion, or whether they're older people, all of those things. So it's now mandatory. So we need to make sure that everybody is being treated equally. We also talk about historical literacy, so getting students to understand how things that have happened historically. So in Australia, because of the way that our First Nations people were treated when the British arrived in Australia, and the colonisation of our country, that historical impact is still negatively impacting the health of our First Nations people up until still today. We have people who come into our care who are migrants, who are refugees, who have been through horrific things. We need to understand that historical impact on them so that we have some idea of making sure that we provide appropriate care and consider that in their training. So one of the other things that we talk about is just the language that we use around talking about people. So there's a term called othering, and we need to make sure that we don't other people and call them the disabled or the gays or the Muslims, and clump people together as a group, and which really suggests that all of the people who are in that group are all the same, and we're not. And so we need to make sure that the language that we use, if we're not going to talk about somebody who has a disability, we talk about them being a person with a disability rather than disabled person. Family members, we need to make sure that they're not all clumped together and called stakeholders, which is one of my least favourite terms in the entire world, because it creates a power differential where the people who aren't part of the group are they're setting themselves up as higher in a more powerful position, and that creates unconscious bias. So we need to make sure that people are talked about as people, as their name, and so that removes that power differential. In our course, we also run bystander training, so that we skill our students up to and ourselves to be able to have some strategies using whether we use a direct, an indirect, a distraction or a protocol intervention, but we have some skills that we can use to protect people in our care. And it's been amazing. It's an amazing opportunity to have that training and have those skills, because typically in the non-medical world, people are often kind of, we don't know what to do, so we don't do anything, and we stand back. But we need to have some skills to be able to step in and help people. So yeah, developing the communication skills to advocate for others. So that's pretty much covers all of the cultural safety stuff in a very, very, very short period of time. It's obviously we go much deeper than that in tutorials. We get into discussions with our students and get them to learn from each other. But I really enjoy teaching it because it really teaches us so much about ourselves, but also to make sure that everyone that we provide care for is treated in the way that they need to be treated. So that's everything that I had to say, but I'm really happy to answer some questions if anybody had any questions. Happy to answer any questions. Yes, Tina?
Just curious, as you're teaching these courses and your awareness is heightened, I'm just wondering personally, do you ever catch yourself in a phrase that you wish you hadn't said or that doesn't align with your true thinking and all of that sort of thing?
Yep, absolutely. And one of the things that I think we all need to learn to do is apologize. One of the pieces of assessment, the students had to write about a time where they were culturally inappropriate, that they did something that was culturally inappropriate according to the Ramsden model. And this student wrote to me and said that they'd never done anything culturally inappropriate. And I thought, well, they must be an angel because, like, I know we all have, and I certainly have. And a few days later, I caught myself, one of my son's support team is a very, he's a beautiful man, fundamental Muslim in his life. And he and his wife have 5 children. Well, they had 4 children at that time, and she'd just fallen pregnant with the 5th one, and they were all under 6 years of age or something. And I said, you know, we're going for a drive, and with Joel, my son, and he said, oh, she's pregnant again. And I said, you really need to think about getting a better television. And as soon as I said it, I was like, oh, and I just said to him, look, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have said that. So, and then I learned from that, and I learned that's maybe okay to say to other people, but not to him, even as something that was meant in good faith, but as a joke. So I think we just need to learn to apologize and learn from that experience and go, okay, don't do that again. Yeah. Does that answer your question? I think, like, none of us are perfect, but I think we need to learn to apologize as well. Yeah, thank you. Yes?
Do we have time for another small question? I would like to, first of all, it's a great presentation, and I completely agree with everything. I'm curious if you can maybe give some examples of biases that are specifically prevalent with locked-in syndrome. Like, for example, people thinking that people that have locked-in syndrome also have cognitive impairments and start talking louder to them, or things like this. Do you maybe have more of those examples of things we should be, aware about?
And certainly, I mean, even just people, I think people who are in a wheelchair generally, that often, and I've certainly seen it with my own son, and I've seen it in the community as well, where people will talk to me or talk to the family member rather than the person. And I just, certainly when it's me, I just go, I don't know, ask him. He's the one with the money. Like if we're at a shop, like, why don't you ask him? But, directing the question and just saying, look, I'm really not sure about that. What do you, and then turning to the person that's meant to be asked and asking them directly. so that they can have an opportunity to answer. Yeah. I always use the example with my students. My son Joel, who has the brain injury, his behaviours are sometimes a bit strange, and but he's very, very smart, and people see the behaviours and they don't see the person, and they think he's really stupid. And I remember going one day to the shops, and there was two Chinese men in a tiny little shop, and they were doing a massage, $5 for 5 minutes. And so I thought, oh, okay, let's go and do that. He'd like that. So they didn't speak to him. I think they spoke to the support worker, who was male, and so they're massaging Joel's shoulders, and one of them spoke to their colleague, their Chinese colleague, in Mandarin, and I could see Joel's head go up, and he speaks tiny bits of French and bits of Hindi and bits of Chinese, loves learning different languages. And they spoke to each other in Mandarin, and Joel's clearly gone, oh, they're Chinese. And he went, ni hao ma, like, hello, how are you? And they both just went, like, not only does he speak, but he speaks some Chinese. So I think really all we can do in that environment is direct the question and say, I don't know, let's just ask the person, even if they're, not able to respond verbally immediately, and we need to say, well, you're just going to need to wait just for a moment while they answer you. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
That's great. Thank you very much, Coralie. Thank you for a really interesting presentation again. It was marvelous to hear. And it was very interesting to hear of the importance that we must each take personally to be aware of cultural safety and aware of being kind and thoughtful about others. But more important, how wonderful it is that at least Australia has now made it mandatory that all medical professionals have to learn all about every aspect of that and really rigorously incorporate it in their medical practice. It's so important. Thank you so much, Coralie. It was great to see you. It's evening time there for you, so you can head off to bed if you need to. It's all being recorded and you can watch it all later. Thanks.
All right.
I'll speak soon.
Thank you all for your interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Coralie. Okay, our next presentation is Nelleke. Nelleke is the mother of Tars, Nelleke Koeners. She was born in the Netherlands and she's been living in Belgium since she was 7 years old. She's the mother of Tars Peters. Tars was born on the 26th of July, 1992. He had a big dream, which was to become a chef. Since he was 12 years old, he attended culinary school. And then when he had just turned 18, he pursued a specialization in global cuisine. On the 26th of September in 2010, he got into a car with a friend who didn't have a valid driver's license, and they had a crash. Due to the accident, Tars fell into a coma. After a long battle with the doctors at the facility where Tars was staying, he ended up at Professor Stephen Laurie's Coma Science Center in Liège in Belgium, 2 years after that accident. Stephen diagnosed Tars as a patient with LIS. Since that day, they've been doing everything that they can to help Tars move forward. Nelleke wants to say that as a mother, you must always follow your own instincts. You know your child, in her case, the best, and she strongly felt that Tars was trying to communicate with them, but just didn't know how to. Nelleke's whole life has changed, but mostly, she says, in a positive way. Tars has given her a new perspective following that accident in 2010, and despite everything that comes our way, they continue to believe in Tars' strength. Tars, unfortunately, has broken his foot, and that's sort of waylaid Nelleke's work on this presentation, but she's kindly put together a presentation which we'll now watch. Thank you, Bauke.
Good afternoon. My name is Nelleke, and I'm going to tell you about my son, Tars. Unfortunately, we cannot make it today in person because Tars has broken his foot and he has to go to the hospital to do a checkup with the orthopedist. Tars was born on the 26th of July 1992. He was our first son. Tars was cheerful, but also headstrong child. He observed everyone, and if he had a good feeling, you could be his friend, otherwise he would ignore you. He was very athletic, played football and jogged, was very passionate about nature. He was sometimes a leader and a motivator among his friends. Not daring to do something was not in his vocabulary. Tars knew from a young age what he wants to become, a chef. From the age of 12, he attended culinary school on the other side of the country, staying on boarding school. When he was 18 and graduated, he wanted to do a specialization year in world kitchen in another culinary school also on the other side of the country. The school started on the 20 September 2010. Thus lived with his 3 other friends in a nice apartment that he rented that year and furnished during the summer. On Sunday, September 26th, Tars left home. He had to drive 160 kilometers to be able to go to school the next day. He met up with friends and they decided to go to another friend's house, about 2 kilometers further than Tars' apartment. There were 6 of them and they split between 2 cars. Tars was sitting behind the driver. He has his seatbelt on and the boys had not been drinking. After 750 meters, the car went off the road and crashed into a metal tram pole. The driver of the car turned out not to have a valid driver's license. A girl who was in her 3rd year of medical school immediately put us in safe position and started to reanimate him. When the police came to tell us at 3 a.m., we went immediately to the hospital. When we arrived, Tars was already being operated to relieve the pressure on his brain, and he was on a breathing machine. The doctors told us his brainstem was damaged and they couldn't reach it to stop the bleeding. It was a tense wait. After 3 days, the bleeding stopped, and after 10 days, Tars started to breathe himself. As soon as it was possible, I think it was after 3 weeks, we moved him to a closer hospital to our home. There, they tried to reduce the medication, keeping him in subcoma, but Tars didn't woke up. He remained in coma. After 10 weeks of hospital, they started a 6-week of coma rehabilitation program, where they tried various stimuli and movements to see if Tars would respond in any way. Unfortunately, he did not. Then they moved him to a residential and care center where he ended up between the people of 80 years and older. As parents, brother and girlfriend, we still felt that we have some kind of contact with us, but when we talked to the doctors about this, they say that it was common among parents that they imagine things because they want to see so much. This really doesn't match with the person I am. I try to convince them in every possible way, but the doctors and nurses didn't believe us. When I asked Tars to move his thumb, he moved his thumb very little. And when I asked him to do that when the nurses or doctors are around, he didn't move it at all. And then when the doctors or nurses left the room, he moved his thumb. That's how I recognize them. The doctors stuck to their opinion that we are just imagining things. One day, about a year and a half after the accident, I read an article about Stephen Laurens in the waiting room of the dentist. I immediately took steps to contact Stephen and ask if he would examine Tars so to see what actually his brains were in which condition and if we are feeling right. For this, I also had permission for the doctor for the institution where Tars was staying, which became a real battle. They wanted to protect us from being disappointed, they say, that Stephen in the coma science group wouldn't be able to do much for us, that we need to accept that Thurs was in coma and will stay in coma. After a lot of insistence, he eventually filled out the necessary documents, and in May 2012 we went to see Stephen and the coma science group in Luik. After a week of examination, they determined that Thurs was this patient. For us it was a great relief because it confirmed our feeling that Thurs was trying to contact us. We learned a method to communicate with Thurs, and we do this through eye blinking. After that, we looked for a rehabilitation center to train this and to see how to teach Thurs other things as well. It's now almost 14 years after the accident. Communication with Thurs is still mainly through his eyes. Thurs can drive an electric wheelchair for about 20 minutes, eat a small meal, and his diet mainly consists of tube feeding. He also drinks a half glass of beer, and he's now learning to communicate with a computer. Everything takes a lot of time, but we make progress every day. I'm so glad I followed my intuition and we didn't accept what the doctors told us. As mother, as parents, as girlfriend, you know your child best, and you have to follow your gut feeling. Thanks to this, Thurs still has a life. I can't bear to think what would happen to him, or how he could have felt if he hadn't done this. Thurs is a happy man who is surrounded by a lot of love of his parents, brother and girlfriend, and he can clearly communicate his wishes and desires to us. Thank you for listening to me. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Nelleke. That was a really interesting presentation. It's very fortunate that you managed to find Stephen Lorries. I know Stephen well. I've worked with him. He was my PhD supervisor for back in 2012, and he's a wonderful man and a very caring person. But you wonder about how many other people there are around the world who are being misdiagnosed and not being heard. So it was really heartwarming to hear Nelleke's story, and thank you very, very much for sharing that with us. Our next presenter is Associate Professor Fernando Vidal. He's a research professor at the Catalan Institution for Research and Advanced Studies, and Professor of Medical Anthropology at the Research Center Department of Anthropology in Tarragona in Spain. After a long trajectory as an intellectual historian, he moved into medical anthropology and phenomenology. His research in this area explores how the disorders of consciousness, the unresponsive wakefulness syndrome, formerly known as vegetative state, and the minimally conscious state, as well as conditions that symptomologically affect primarily the mind, the dementias, or the body, locked-in syndrome, how they affect personal identity, personhood, relationality, and subjectivity. Fernando will present work done with the Anthropology and Phenomenology of Locked-in Syndrome project. Some of our members in the community forum actually have been involved in that. It's a multidisciplinary and international collaboration that includes research groups, medical institutions, and associations from Spain, France, and Japan. The purpose of the project is to describe and study the life of persons with locked-in syndrome. It focuses on the subjective and intersubjective aspects of their experience, comparing them along two dimensions, between cultures and between persons who entered the locked-in state suddenly, for example, due to stroke, and persons mainly affected by ALS who entered the locked-in state gradually. Thank you. I hand you over to Associate Professor Fernando Vidal. Hello, Fernando.
Thanks, Shannon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Is my screen being shared?
It is.
Okay. So you see that first page. Okay. All right. Well, as Shannon said, really the purpose of my talk today is just to present some results of this project called Anthropology and Phenomenology of the Locked-in Syndrome. And as Shannon also mentioned, the seat of the project is at the Rovira Virgili University in Spain, in Tarragona, Spain. but its scope and structure are international. These are the main persons involved, the main research persons involved, and I don't have time to introduce them. But as you see, we are in Spain, Japan, and France. There are other individuals, including a colleague in Mexico and 2 graduate students in Spain. And of course, the most important people are the persons with locked-in syndrome and their relatives. And our gratitude goes to them in the first place. I just want to mention in particular Charlie Carvalho and his wife Puri in Spain, who were crucial for expanding our group, making contacts, as well as Paqui Villegas, whose presentation comes right after mine. So I'll now summarize the project's main features and overall results. Our general goal is to study and describe the subjective lives of people with locked-in syndrome and their relational and contextual conditions. And for that, we rely mainly on 2 kinds of materials: autobiographical narratives, of which there are over 30 in several languages, almost all of them published as books, and interviews and open-ended questionnaires with individuals and groups. From a methodological point of view, we combine 3 approaches: the phenomenological, or the study of lived experience as told by the persons themselves; the anthropological approach, which seeks to connect and situate subjective and intersubjective experiences in their environments; and the comparative approach with 2 dimensions, comparing, on the one hand, comparing the experiences of locked-in syndrome of vascular and neurodegenerative origin, and on the other hand, comparing the experience of persons in locked-in syndrome in Europe and Japan. The main overall result, really in the broadest possible terms so far, are the following. Beyond the practical aspects, communication plays an existential and ontological role. The ability to communicate is crucial to define the value of life. It sustains it and ensures the individual's integration into the world of human relations. This implies an ethical obligation to facilitate access to communication for those who need it. Second, the situation of persons with locked-in syndrome should be seen as a process with 3 poles in constant interaction: the individuals with their perceptions, emotions, needs, desires, and so on; their human environments composed of family members, caregivers, health personnel, friends, and so on; and their technological milieus, including not only computers, but all the equipment they use. So we reach in this respect the conclusion that life in the locked-in syndrome, and actually life with disability in general, is best described and understood in terms of this dynamic triangle. And this is important for thinking about issues of individual well-being and public health. The third overall conclusion is rather a pending assignment. We still need to investigate the link between the lived experience of locked-in syndrome and the specific causes of the locked-in state. Let me, in this connection, recall some background information. The term locked-in syndrome was first used in 1966 to designate, I quote, a constellation of alert wakefulness accompanied by tetraplegia of brainstem origin. In 1979, 3 varieties of locked-in syndrome were defined: classic, incomplete, and total. As is clear from the original 1966 definition, these terms refer to the condition insofar as it results from stroke. However, in its advanced stages, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or ALS, can lead to a similar situation. Probably to understand that it has a different cause, there is a tendency to speak of the locked-in state when referring to ALS. But of course, the expression locked-in state applies as well to the locked-in syndrome of vascular origin. The fact is that although the prognosis and life course of persons who enter the locked-in state due to stroke and due to ALS are very different, there are no systematic studies comparing them. We have begun to do that comparison. The most salient, and I will not explain, or maybe in the discussion, but there are lots of logistical complications to do that. But the most salient difference is obviously the sudden versus gradual entry in the locked-in state. This mode of entrance into the locked-in state shapes illness trajectories and has considerable impact on the perceptions of self and one's own life, on the individual's sense of a biographical disruption, as well as an attitude toward medical terminology. I will say something about this in a few minutes. For the research, in addition to collecting all the autobiographical writings we could find, we developed a questionnaire divided into a number of sections. Here we see sections A to F ask for objective information, such as what brought about the locked-in state, how persons communicate, and what are their movement capabilities. Sections G to L inquire into the lived experience of the locked-in syndrome, focusing on meanings, values, and perceptions of self and body. The sections that follow concern relationships, quality of life, and eventual contact with other persons in the same situation. This is a qualitative, open-ended questionnaire. In other words, it's not about ticking squares, but about writing freely about the matter at hand. Over time, we have adjusted it and hopefully improved, but it is basically the same questionnaire we circulated in the LIST community forum on Facebook. And I encourage everyone who wants to answer it just to take their time and send it back to me. Responses to this questionnaire make up one of the major part of the project's empirical material. We analyze these responses by hand, which means we just read the questionnaires, the responses, and also with the help of Atlas T, which is a software for working with qualitative data, which helps generating and organizing themes and main concepts. The second major source of empirical material consists of, as I mentioned, of autobiographical writing. Here you see some book covers. I mentioned there are about over 30 published books that are locked-in syndrome memoirs. We work these materials step by step. We first read them immersively to develop general impressions and grasp basic elements of form and content. Obviously, even this first approach is not completely naive, since we have in mind existing scholarship and our own research questions. In a second phase, we identify narrative structures and strategies, as well as emerging themes, with particular attention to topics such as emotions, communication, relationships, time, the sense of self and bodily sensations, medical circumstances, and material challenges. We also pay attention to gender, which has never been specifically examined in the case of the locked-in syndrome. Finally, we bring together the themes that emerge from the autobiographies with those that develop from responses to the questionnaires, and also try to compare Western and Japanese materials. This for the very broad outline of the project. Next, I will present some selected project results. This study is based on testimonies. The lockdown of the locked-in is based on testimonies provided between March and June 2020 by members of the French Locked-in Syndrome Association. We see here the special issue of the newsletter that brought together the testimonies and our responses to a qualitative questionnaire by the Spanish participants in our project. We identified 5 main themes: familiarity with confinement, receiving care, going out, visits and social contact, risk perception and vulnerability. Persons with locked-in syndrome, and in this research, often depicted themselves as having lived in confinement for a long time and therefore felt prepared to cope with the COVID-19 lockdown. We call this familiarity with confinement. We made several other observations. Despite the impact of the lockdown on receiving care and sociability, it did not significantly change individuals' perception of their overall situations. I am always reporting the responses we received. At the same time, perceptions of risk and vulnerability varied significantly. While some persons highlighted their fears, others didn't seem very worried. Given that a large proportion of people with locked-in syndrome are jeopardized by breathing complications, they did express concern with situations that could affect the respiratory system. It has often been asserted that the pandemic exacerbated the discrimination experienced by persons with disabilities in general. We did not find this effect in our materials, but of course, we must remember that studies like ours inevitably involve a self-selection bias. In other words, The people who participate are the people who choose to participate. So actually, the majority of the persons with locked-in syndrome are a silent majority. We don't have access to them. We don't know what they think. So this self-selection bias, I always say that has to be taken into account when we present these kinds of results. Beyond this is beyond this important methodological challenge, which should be faced more systematically, I think the results still highlight that inclusion requires giving up the one-size-fits-all approach and taking into account specific situations. With regard to persons with locked-in syndrome in particular, the study underlines the importance of striving to ensure the stability of daily care by professional caregivers and the continuity of social contact. The second study I would like to present is a study on communicating through persons and devices. It is presently under review. We asked here with Lina Massana several questions. How locked-in persons communicate with others over time by various means? What communication means for them? How do they perceive their ability to communicate it, and how it is perceived by others? What are the chief problems that anarthria, or the inability to articulate speech, entails with regard to individual and social identity, autonomy, and human and civil rights? We based our observations on responses to a qualitative questionnaire, interviews, published first-person testimonies, and to a lesser extent on publicly available audiovisual materials. We documented commonalities regarding the evolution of multimodal means of communication, the importance attributed to speech, the perception of anarthria, communication challenges, issues connected to autonomy, privacy, intimacy, costs, and financial support for persons with locked-in syndrome. The variations that came up originated in individual and contextual factors such as type of locked-in syndrome, degree of disability, age, gender, family situation, time spent in the locked-in state, place of living in sociocultural context. But in all cases, communication turns out to be a key imperative. As mentioned earlier, it turns out to be essential not only for logistical and pragmatic reasons, but also for profoundly existential ones. Here we'll present a few other a few other studies. The locked-in syndrome in the audiovisual media is a study still in preparation, but I nevertheless wish to mention it because, once again, it's something that's never been done. We studied publicly available documentaries, TV programs, and filmed interviews with persons in locked-in syndrome. Very synthetically put, we documented a sort of paradox. On the one hand, the materials tend to highlight affected persons' willpower and capacity to overcome adversity. The style is often motivational and conveys what in disability studies is known as the image or narrative of the super crip. This appears most clearly in what relatives, friends, and caregivers say about the locked-in person. They all tend to emphasize inner strength and attribute all achievements to the locked-in person alone. But on the other hand, the images themselves problematize this individualistic focus. They don't deny or contradict individual virtues and strength, which we all have the opportunity to admire, but they show locked-in persons as constantly connected to some technology and surrounded by persons who help them. So to put it very briefly, audiovisual materials bring to light the dynamic triangle I mentioned at the beginning, which is made of interactions between the locked-in person, other individuals, and technological devices. The second study, Personhood and the Law, the case of the locked-in syndrome, which is also currently under review, goes in a totally different direction. Persons with locked-in syndrome preserve cognitive functions and with assistance can communicate, express their will, make responsible decisions, and exert their civil rights. But this has not always been recognized. In the early 2000s, two locked-in Spanish men who had been declared incapable, the technical word in the law, incapable and deprived of their civil rights, reclaimed them in court. Rights were returned to the person who could use a computer. They were initially refused to the other, who communicated only by blinking and depended on a human intermediary. For the judges, only the system made up of a human and a machine could transmit faithfully and reliably the subject's autonomous will. What determined the other man's recovery of legal capacity in 2009 was not a change in cognitive status, but the fact that he had become able to use a computer with an eye tracking system. As his lawyers explained, this now allowed him, I quote, to communicate with others without anyone else's help. Perhaps today the cases would be dealt with differently. Spanish law has in the meantime eliminated the category of incapacitated person and has adapted to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities of 2006, which declares that persons with disabilities have an absolute right to legal capacity and equal recognition before the law. In the article, this title, I reconstruct the cases in great detail, discuss a few others, and explore how they can throw light on issues of legal personhood. The third paper I want to mention here, Am I Locked In? Illness Trajectories and the Experience of Locked-In Syndrome in Japan and Europe, takes a step towards what I, at the beginning, describe as the pending assignment of comparing the lived experience of persons who entered the locked-in state due to stroke and due to ALS. We work for this in Japan, Spain, and France. Most Japanese respondents, and this is some of the logistical complications, most Japanese respondents suffered from ALS, while most European participants had entered the locked-in state as a consequence of stroke. This sampling is not ideal because it makes it difficult to pinpoint specifically intercultural factors, but we couldn't do other ways for now. The article focuses on responses to two questions. What do you think about the official name of the diagnosis, locked-in syndrome? And sometimes people with locked-in syndrome are described as a mind trapped in a body. What do you think about it? Why? Persons locked in due to stroke said that the name locked-in syndrome corresponded to their situation. Some accepted this trapped mind image, others did not. Some reserved it for certain situations or reported giving it up as they recovered movement or became able to communicate. In contrast, most persons who entered the locked-in state in the course of ALS rejected the name locked-in syndrome and the trapped mind image. For them, neither applied as long as they could communicate. These differences between the two groups seem to reflect diverging illness trajectories. Persons who suffered a stroke experienced a sudden entrance into the locked-in state and went through a period of quasi-absolute captivity from which they emerged gradually. In contrast, persons with ALS move in the opposite direction since their condition gradually takes them toward an increasingly locked-in state. There is still a lot to do in this domain, and there are many questions open, but this is what we can say so far. I want next to present very briefly this article, The Way of Flowers and the Care of Patients with Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis in Japan. This article involved Yukiko Himeno, who's important member of the project, Osamu Inui, who's a major specialist of Ikebana, or more specifically Kado, The Way of Flowers that appears in the title, and myself. The problem we dealt with was the following. Patient survival in advanced stage ALS often requires tracheostomy with invasive ventilation, or TIV. A proactive approach toward TIV in Japan has been shown to prolong patient survival by avoiding lethal respiratory failure. Patient acceptance of TIV is particularly high in Japan. Moreover, compared to other developed countries, Japan has been extremely successful at prolonging ALS patients' life expectancy without sacrificing quality of life. This has been referred to in the literature as the Japanese bias. In Japan, ALS has been included in a list of rare and intractable conditions termed specified diseases, which means the costs it generates are fully covered by the state. Since families don't have to bear what is likely to be felt as an intolerable burden, patients are more inclined to accept TIV. This material aspect helps explain the Japanese bias. But sociocultural and religious factors have also been suggested. The paper I'm showing here is an attempt to use specifically Japanese philosophical concepts related to the way of flowers to explore possibly significant elements of the cultural background of patient care in Japan and the potential of non-Western concepts for thinking about care. Concepts that, in principle, go all in the direction of a closer connection between the individual and the community, and a breakdown of the typically Western dichotomies between mind and body and so on. Now, it would be really too complicated to provide details about our argument here, but I just want to mention that preparing this article demonstrated to us the challenges of working cross-culturally when dealing with concepts that can hardly be translated without a considerable loss of nuance and connotation. We consider, however, this an important task for the future, one that holds promise for understanding the experience of illness and thinking about new ways for improving patient care and well-being. So these are overall some of the project's results. Very briefly, there are a number of other papers in preparation, as well as two promising dissertations underway, and I want to finish by mentioning these two dissertations. Lucia De Negri, working with first-person memoirs, focuses on the connection between the body and subjectivity in the experience of the locked-in syndrome. She's carrying out a very fine-tuned phenomenological reading, phenomenological analysis of the memoirs. It's an incredible work, extremely complicated, but worthwhile undertaking. The second dissertation that I want to mention is Anna Santangelos, who, using questionnaires and in-depth interviews, Anna explores the dimension of sexuality in locked-in persons. Now, this might be seen as a delicate topic, but we decided to go ahead because it seems such an important study, so important to study such a central yet often neglected and tabooized aspect of human experience from the standpoint of the experience of persons themselves. It has not been easy to move forward with this work precisely because of the taboo that surrounds this topic. But it's, after all, just part of human experience, and persons with locked-in syndrome and persons with disability are concerned with it as much as anybody else. I have great hopes for these two dissertations, and I think they sum up the spirit of the entire project, a very detailed phenomenological analysis, and an extremely intense focus on the experience of persons in locked-in syndrome. And so I wanted to finish my talk by mentioning them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fernando. That was a really very interesting talk. I was particularly interested in the differences that you discovered between stroke and ALS, dependent on the way that they'd ended up being locked in, the gradual as opposed to the sudden. It's really interesting that has such a huge impact on people's perception, self-perception of who they are and what they are, and whether they actually are locked in, if that's an appropriate term for them. That's really interesting. Does anyone have questions? There's a hand up. Who's that hand?
Mariska.
Oh, Mariska.
Hello.
Hello, lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you. Thank you, Fernando. This is a really interesting presentation. I was wondering, in your in the paper you mentioned that concerns the way of the flowers. You mentioned some of the considerations or why Japan may be different than the rest of the world in choosing tracheostomy invasive ventilation for people with late stage ALS. I was wondering, you didn't touch upon this, but I was wondering, have you seen or have you encountered any cultural differences in the way that the caregiver burden is perceived? Because this is, I think in the Netherlands at least, a very important consideration of people for choosing for or against TIV. You know, that they may be a significant burden to their families, etc., etc. And I was wondering if you've also seen differences in cultural considerations.
This is I think the perception of the burden generated by the illness, by the care is crucial. I think that it seems from what we've seen that really in Japan, I hesitate a little bit to generalize and to go into this because it fits so much into stereotypes that sometimes break down when one looks at things in more detail. But overall, the idea that the individual is much more integrated into the family, much more integrated into the community, a less individualistic approach to, well, both to care and to everything else, just seems to play a role. But of course, that is in interaction with this problematic of the burden. Yeah. So that's a little bit what we've seen. I mean, the article is a lot more complicated, as I say, because it enters into some sort of philosophical concepts from Japan. It's online available, so you can access it, or you can just write me and I'll send it to you or send you the link. But this is what we've observed. But of course, there's a lot more to be done in this area, especially as we had these two groups that were uneven. It's not an ideal sample. It was not an ideal sample in order to try to identify sort of specifically cultural difference. But it is true that persons tend to speak in very different ways. Although here again, we can't really pinpoint to the cultural differences because the Japanese group was in locked-in state due to ALS, whereas the European group was in locked-in state due to mainly to stroke. So,
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm also curious, also building on what Mariska just said, if you also interviewed caregivers about their experiences interacting with people with locked-in or late-stage ALS.
Yes, we interviewed caregivers, and yeah, absolutely. And there are a couple of studies, especially in Japan, very detailed studies about with caregivers of persons with ALS, and that brings out a number of very important dimensions. For example, the dimension of continuity in time. How continuity of care in time by the same caregivers leads to communication possibilities that aren't there, that can't develop if caregivers change. So this is extremely important. In one particular case of someone with whom we also collaborate, a philosopher, he studied the worked with the caregiver of a person in ALS who ended up entering complete locked-in syndrome. And fascinating phenomenologically is how the caregiver, ended up, so to speak, reading the signs of the body through a long familiarity of caring for the person. Whether this is an imaginary projection or not is not essential. The essential thing is that there is a sort of communication that seems to respond to the needs of the locked-in person. And well, these are the kinds of things, but there is a lot more. There's a lot more to more to understand. I think caregivers, of course, they are, you know, they are very busy, and it takes a while to, you know, to be able to create a situation where, you know, they can be interviewed in detail and so on.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. We have to move on soon, but I just final thing I want to say is that it really resonates with my own findings and my interviews. So it would be great to maybe discuss it more in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Fernando, for a really interesting presentation. And
Phil, send me an email.
yes,
Put it
email.
in the
Anybody can contact Fernando through,
Yeah.
if you're part of the community forum, his details are there. His
That's
questionnaire,
good.
as he mentioned, is also there, and it's in the features section of our community forum. And if anyone doesn't manage to reach him through that, you can contact me on my Brain Foundation email address, and I'll put you directly in touch. So you have no excuse for not reaching Fernando. Thank you very much, Fernando. It was
Thank you.
excellent. And now we're moving on to Paqui. Paqui Villegas. She's 54 years old and lives in Almeria in Spain. In 2008, at 39 years old, she spent a week with migraines with severe pain in the back of her neck. Her doctor told her it was torticollis, which is a relatively common neck problem that causes the neck to twist and feel strained, and sent her home to rest. She later had a stroke, and a month later, Paqui was diagnosed with locked-in syndrome. Thanks to her efforts and her desire to improve, she's been awakening her body. It all started when she was given the book, The Secret, where she began to believe in the power of the mind, and she started to work on herself. Today, Paqui feels very happy with everything that she's achieved physically and mentally, communicating and improving in her own time. She feels it's incredible, but it's true. She also feels that she's living a dream that she doesn't want to wake up from. Over to you, Paqui.
Just a quick thing before I play the video, there will be English subtitles. If anything is unclear, we are able to send a translation of the subtitles around, so just feel free to reach out, and then I'll play it now.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Francisca, pero a mí me gusta que me llamen Paqui Villegas Puga. Tengo 54 años y vivo en la provincia de Almería, en España. Yo tenía una vida muy activa, me gustaba muchísimo el deporte, con muchas ilusiones de futuro. Hasta que llegó un fatídico día en octubre del año 2008 que con 39 años recién cumplidos sufrí un ictus que me dejó en estado vegetal. Me diagnosticaron síndrome de cautiverio. Significa que estaba encerrada en mi propio cuerpo y lo único que tenía bien era mi cabeza. Mi vida se partió en dos en ese momento. Estuve el primer mes debatiéndome entre la vida y la muerte, con una depresión tremenda e intentando asimilar todo el cambio y giro que había dado mi vida. Hasta que un día reaccioné y me dije, aún eres muy joven para que tu vida acabe así. Aquí os muestro una foto de cómo estaba al principio. Llevaba una cánula en la garganta para poder respirar, rodeada de almohadas para sujetar los brazos y la cabeza, ya que no tenía nada de control sobre ellos y se me caían. Pero a pesar de todo, en esta foto veréis que jamás perdía el humor. Yo nunca he sido nada conformista y me dije, voy a luchar con uñas y dientes, y gracias a mi gran afán de superación, he ido muy poco a poco despertando a mi cuerpo. Todo empezó gracias a una amiga que me regaló el libro El Secreto. Ahí fue cuando yo empecé a creer en el poder de la mente. Me di cuenta que si me concentraba fuertemente en un dedo, sería capaz de moverlo levemente. Y así llevo 16 años, y los que me quedan, sin parar un segundo de luchar. He ido consiguiendo despertar a mi cuerpo, y soy muy consciente que si paro, lo pierdo todo, con lo que me está costando mantener la movilidad que he ido adquiriendo en estos años. Aquí os muestro cómo me he ido superando con ayuda de profesionales, pero el gran mérito es mío. Para que veáis cómo recargo las pilas, os enseño este vídeo a la orilla del mar y este fabuloso sol que tenemos aquí, en Almería. Actualmente vivo en una residencia gestionada por FAM, la Federación Almeriense de Asociaciones de Personas con Discapacidad, en Almería. He estado en varias, pero ninguna tan completa como esta, os lo aseguro. Os voy a mostrar mi día a día. Mi jornada empieza a las 7 de la mañana, con el aseo y cuidados personales. Me organizo todas las horas del día para hacer de todo un poco y no llegar a perder la cabeza ni agobiarme en nada. A las 8 de la mañana la logopeda me pone el gorro, la transcraneal. Estoy muy contenta con los resultados que voy teniendo con esta rehabilitación. De 9 a 10 me voy a desayunar. Me tomo yo sola la tostada. Como digo yo, al cuerpo hay que echarle gasolina. De 10 a 11 voy al taller cognitivo y realizo fichas. De 11 a 12 acudo al gimnasio y el fisioterapeuta me pone en la máquina Ergo Pro, que simula el andar. A mí personalmente me encanta esta sensación. De 12 a 1 del mediodía me voy con la terapeuta ocupacional, que me pone a jugar con la armeo, un brazo robótico. Soy muy competitiva, me pico incluso con la máquina, intento ganarle siempre. De 2:30 a 3 subo a la habitación a estirar las piernas y tumbarme, eso sí, lo hago en mi propia silla. Veo las noticias, ya que me gusta estar informada de cómo está el mundo. Posteriormente vuelvo a bajar para pasar la tarde más relajada. Me gusta jugar al dominó con mis compañeros, casi siempre les gano. De 4 a 5 me pongo a pintar mandalas, este es mi hobby, me relaja muchísimo. Y 1 hora a la semana toca piscina climatizada, donde de nuevo el fisioterapeuta me moviliza las piernas, lo cual me sienta genial y disfruto muchísimo. La verdad que en esta residencia hay de todo lo que puedo desear. Me siento muy a gusto aquí. Como digo yo, vivo en un hotel de 5 estrellas y tengo pensión completa. Mi jornada continúa con las 3 asistentes personales que tenemos en la residencia. Vamos a pasar un buen rato de risas y de karaoke. Ellas son un amor. Las tardes nos las hacen a todos más amenas y divertidas. De 7:30 a 8 las dedico a mis redes sociales y después me voy a cenar y a la cama. No necesito pastillas para dormir, ya que caigo muerta. De lunes a viernes y el fin de semana lo dedico a mí y a mi tiempo de ocio. Aquí hacemos muchas salidas al exterior, las disfrutamos muchísimo y nos divertimos. Y esta es toda mi rutina. Y la mayor satisfacción de todas es haber conseguido comunicarme con mi propia voz. Os regalo mi lema: lo único imposible es aquello que no intentas.
La mayor satisfacción de todas es haber conseguido comunicarme con mi propia voz. Os regalo mi lema: lo único imposible es aquello que no intentas.
What a fascinating insight into Paki's life and the huge improvements that she's been able to achieve. Of course, everybody's different. Everybody's got a different level of abilities and everybody's got a different level of damage. But hers is really a wonderful story of how she's been able to pull herself up and make a huge difference to her quality of life. And she's always cheerful. Whenever I speak with her online, she's always got a big smile and she's always ready for anything. She's marvelous. In fact, a lot of the things that she was talking about and showing there are relevant for the next presentation, which is about a Norwegian locked-in syndrome centre. We're going to hear from Helle and Jane, who work there doing the marvelous work at the Norwegian locked-in syndrome centre, Norlis. Jane Svartskuren is the coordinator of that Norlis since 2017. She is an augmentative and alternative communication special education teacher. She's got experience from various areas, including AAC product management and development in Scandinavia, the UK, Holland, and other places, and a technical aid centre, adult education and schools. She is accompanied today by Helle Walseth Nielsen, who is a physician, a specialist in rehabilitation medicine, working at the Sunnaas Rehabilitation Hospital in Norway, which is where Norlis is based. She's been there since 2015. She's currently writing her doctoral thesis, How I Live My Locked-In Life, based on the Norwegian locked-in syndrome patient population, partly using registration data from the Norlis data. Their presentation is about the rehabilitation of locked-in syndrome people, the introduction to the Norwegian system for treatment and follow-up of locked-in syndrome patients. In Norway, it's mandatory for all hospitals to refer patients diagnosed with locked-in syndrome to the unit, the Norlis unit at Sunnaas, the rehabilitation hospital. Norlis provides interdisciplinary assessment at the acute ward, subacute inpatient rehabilitation, lifelong annual follow-up visits at patients' homes, as well as outpatient evaluation or shorter inpatient stays if required. It's an absolutely wonderful centre. I went over at the invitation of Frank Becker, who we're going to hear from after lunch, actually, after Helle and Jane's, and it's a marvellous facility. Implementation of augmentative and alternative communication devices varies according to the unique needs, capabilities, and environment affecting each individual, necessitating adjustments and reassessments over time. Norlis provides counselling and guidance for the patient, their family members, and relevant professional groups as needed. Norlis has tasks related to knowledge dissemination, quality assurance, and research. All people with locked-in syndrome in Norway are entitled to cost-free treatment. That will interest you, Fernando, and rehabilitation, both in hospitals and within municipalities. All the technical aids, including AAC devices, are fully funded by the government. So I'll hand you over now to Helle and Jane. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. My name is Jane.
Yeah, so my name is Helle, and as you said, I'm a physician now, nearly 10 years now at Sunnaas Hospital. Let's share our presentation. Yeah, and also, yes, I am currently doing my PhD on locked-in syndrome. And as you can see here are some pictures from Sunnaas Hospital, which is located right outside of Oslo, the capital of Norway. And the hospital provides a variety of rehabilitation programs for many different diagnoses, including stroke, traumatic brain injury, and spinal cord injury. And today we are presenting the Norwegian National Unit for Rehabilitation of Locked-In Syndrome. So let me first give you a brief introduction to the Norwegian healthcare system. It is divided into 3 levels: state, county, and municipality. And although the county has some responsibility, note that the healthcare system is primarily divided into 2. So we have the specialized services, for example, the hospital services, and the primary services, which are the local services. And as we already mentioned, all citizens have the right to free medical care, both in hospitals and primary healthcare. And this is regardless of who that patient is. And also costs of mobility and communication aids are covered. And the healthcare system is funded through taxes, mainly directed to the state, and some user fees. The system is based on equal rights to ensure equal treatment for all patients. However, there are some limitations to the systems, and we do find that there's quite a variation between the patients in what follow-up they actually do receive. And For example, all patients are by law entitled to receive medical follow-up and care in their own homes. However, some low-income municipalities, they have limited resources and may prioritize institutional care due to the costs. And as they are responsible to offer all their citizens sufficient healthcare, they can argue this principle and then decide what care to provide. So they are not obliged to follow the recommendations made by the specialists. And we in the Norwegian National Unit for Rehabilitation of locked-in syndrome, we are part of the specialized services. And also note that there are some limitations in other areas. There are limitations in coverage of cost of exercise aids. There's also an age limit to that. And there are some strict criteria for some of for coverage of some of the aids. And we also do see discontinuation of individual aids and therapy upon institutional admission, as aids and services are expected to be provided by the institution. So today we are presenting the Nordlys unit and how we organize this follow-up of all the locked-in patients. With permission from Tarja, we are allowed to share his story as an example. Tarja was 29 years old, working full-time and living at home with his partner and their young daughter. In 2011, he had a lot on his plate during a stressful time in his life. He was helping his mother move some furniture, and this is a picture of him and his mother, Veronica. While he was driving, he experienced a sudden chest pain and was admitted to the hospital. His condition deteriorated, and the CT scan revealed that he had a massive brain hemorrhage, and it was causing pressure and injury to his brainstem, as well as threatening his life. So he was in need of urgent life-saving surgery and spent months in the hospital. At some point, he was diagnosed with locked-in syndrome and was in need of rehabilitation. He was admitted to Sunnaas Hospital and then to another rehabilitation facility. Upon admission, he was placed in a nursing home, despite his wish to live at home with assistance. We will come back to Tarja's story at the end of our talk. First, I want to present to you how Nordlys have decided to define locked-in syndrome, just to let you know which patients we do treat and which ones we don't. So, as mentioned, all hospitals in Norway are obliged to refer all patients with locked-in syndrome to Sunnaas Hospital, and these patients have locked-in syndrome due to an acquired injury to the brainstem. So these patients typically have had a stroke or a traumatic brain injury, or they could have had an infection or other lesions in the brainstem. However, we do not serve patients who have locked-in syndrome caused by ALS or other progressive illnesses, such as a malignant tumor, for example. So, in addition to having a brainstem lesions, we have these criteria that the patient needs to have severe communication impairment, paralysis in all four extremities, making them completely dependent on help in all activities of daily living, and having a normal or close to normal cognition. And by this we mean they need to be oriented for time, place, and situation at a minimum. So, as you know, patients often present with a classic locked-in syndrome, completely depending on their eye movements to communicate. However, most patients we see regain some function beyond eye movements, and they are defined as having an incomplete locked-in syndrome. We often find that patients regain even more additional function, even several years after the lease onset. And we discovered the need to have a definition from when their progress in different function no longer aligns with the term locked-in syndrome. So let me explain. So you can see in this red box, it says not locked in by definition. So let's say some patients regain the ability to make sounds or occasional words. However, if a patient regains speech, allowing them to mainly communicate verbally, they will no longer be defined as having locked-in syndrome. And also some patients regain function in their arms or legs to allow them to use a switch or joystick, or they regain some ability in their legs to be able to come into a standing position with assistance. However, if a patient regains the ability to individually do tasks of daily living by themselves, like eating, they will no longer be defined as having a locked-in syndrome. Also, if you can walk a few steps independently with the mobility aid, for example, they will no longer be defined as having a locked-in syndrome. Concerning the cognitive function, in some cases, we do see that a patient might suffer a new stroke, leaving them no longer meeting the cognitive criteria. So Jana will now present our lease service and how we work. I will just say that all the patients that are referred to us do get an evaluation and follow-up, but those patients that stay in a locked-in state for more than 6 weeks, those are the patients that we do the lifelong follow-up. And this lifelong follow-up is regardless of if they stay in a locked-in state or if they emerge from the locked-in state later on. And today this includes 35 patients, and half of them are no longer in the locked-in state. And every year we include 0 or up to 3 new patients.
Okay, thank you, Helen. As you said, all stroke units in Norway are obliged to refer their patients to the national unit at Sunnaas Rehabilitation Hospital. Our assignment is to provide health care for all patients in need of specialized service. We observe and disseminate treatment results. We participate in research and establish a research network. We contribute to relevant education of healthcare professionals. We provide counseling and advice for users and for health and other relevant services. We also ensure equal access to the service and contribute to implementation of national guidelines and evidence-based practice. At Sunnaas Hospital, we work interdisciplinary. We have an interdisciplinary team with MD nursing staff, OT, PT, SLT, pedagogue, and so on. And as Helle said, Sunnaas Hospital is a regional rehabilitation center. I said that. And there's an excellence team, or the LIS team. We also work interdisciplinary, led by the head physician, which is sitting here next to me, with the research competence. We also have an external reference group, which consists of representatives from each of the 4 Norwegian health regions, also family doctor and user representative. In the acute phase, Sunnaas Rehabilitation Hospital provides the following clinical services. So during the acute phase, we provide counseling of the ICU or stroke unit personnel by visit and or video conference. We provide information to personnel, patient, and relatives. And during the subacute phase, we provide a direct transfer to inpatient rehabilitation as soon as the patient is medically stable. And during the phase of transfer to community, our team members visit local team, we facilitate transfer meetings for telemedicine, and we arrange follow-up meetings with the local team after discharge. And further follow-up, we offer annual follow-ups via phone, video conference, or in-person visits. And if necessary, patients are offered readmission to Synos. The Center of Excellence Services, which is the LIST team, provides educational and counseling services for patients, relatives, and healthcare and other personnel. For example, seminars, brochures, website, lectures, and media contributions. We annually document patient follow-ups in a quality registry, and we do research. And annually, we arrange the Brain Camp lease. So these are some pictures from the camp last year and a few years ago. And the Locked-in Syndrome Service has organized the Brain Camp actually 9 times. And this camp, at this camp, patients, relatives, and assistants come together for a 3-day event held at a regular hotel. Participants challenge themselves by traveling, staying in hotels, dining with others, engaging in pool training, testing various aids, attending concerts, among other activities. And the purpose of the Brain Camp is to learn how to live with locked-in syndrome. And they often say that a saved life should be a lived. In 2023, we held a camp at Synos Hospital, and all the camps have been funded by the Synos Foundation, which make them free for all the participants. When a patient is referred to Synos Hospital, various professional groups collaborate to provide comprehensive care. However, from an AAC perspective, communication plays a crucial role in determining a patient's autonomy and overall well-being. Effective communication strategies, including augmentative and alternative methods, can significantly enhance a patient's quality of life. As I mentioned previously, to safeguard the patient's autonomy, it is crucial that the patient can communicate. And communication provides the patient with the opportunity to make choices and influence their own treatment. Patients can influence decisions related to finances, potential children, housing, etc. And additionally, patients can communicate pain or other needs during treatment and engage in conversations with both healthcare professionals and their family and friends. And finally, health information understanding. This term emphasizes the importance of ensuring that patients comprehend the health-related information effectively. This is what we call the AAC pyramid. At the bottom of the pyramid, we find early identification. And within the AAC field, there is unfortunately a culture of wait and see, also for locked-in patients. Here it is easy to base oneself on cases where it has not worked in the past. Therefore, it is important to tackle the first. For people who lose the ability to speak after illness or injury, it will be absolutely essential to ensure that they get access to a way of communicating as soon as possible. It's important that you don't wait and see. And it is true that people with locked-in syndrome may feel unmotivated for AAC right after injury, but then you can give it a few days before you try again. Here one should be creative in terms of the approach. In more detail, this is how we operate with regard to the AAC intervention. In the intensive care unit, an assessment of the patient's communication abilities is conducted. Typically, a simple yes-no communication is established by having the patient look up for yes and down for no. Depending on the patient's level of alertness, various solutions for eye control speech devices are explored. Tobii Dynavox, often using a 16-inch screen, is commonly utilized for this purpose due to the need for a large display. We also use grid machines with large display. All communication aids are provided free of charge in Norway, and patients with locked-in syndrome should receive their assistive device within a few days. And these terms categorize different aspects of healthcare, included interdisciplinary mapping and the professionals typically involved in each category in the subacute phase. Health conditions and somatics, senses, motor skills, including positions, language and communication skills, I come back to that, understanding and cognition, and environmental control, environmental factors, and competence in the surroundings. The AAC mapping and interventions always builds on the basic mapping and takes place in parallel. We evaluate the patient's choice of expression, like graphic signs, hand signs, tactile signs, the choice of current symbol system, symbol picture, concrete photo, and so on, and assessment of complexity in the solution, the operation, very often is eye gaze, we use eye gaze, and choice of current aid or methodology. And finally, the use of augmentative and alternative communication, meaning what competence is available locally. And then finally, at Sunnaas Hospital, a choice of communication solution is made, and adaptation and training commence. When this charge is approaching, an AAC, a special educator, initiates training with the municipality before discharge and continues to support the patient within the community, both through video and in person. Local assistance and adult education centers also receive training if needed, and the patients are followed up by the LIS team throughout their lives. Hello.
Yes, thank you, Jana. So back to Tarja's story. So Tarja is today 41 years old. For the past 4 years, he has been living in his own apartment after having spent 8 years in a nursing home. So he has now 2 assistants available at all hours, working in shifts, and he himself had chosen all of the assistants for the job. He shared his story in this article in a Norwegian magazine, where he thanks his mother for fighting his case all these years, and they still have a close relationship. He says that his now 15-year-old daughter is more comfortable visiting her dad now that he lives in an apartment on his own. And over the years, he has regained some functions. He has the same personality as before, including his passion for exercise and tattoos. And as you can see in this picture, he covered up his scar from surgery with a tattoo of a zipper, which I think looks great. And now just to try to summarize, I would say that, of course, locked-in syndrome is a very rare diagnosis, and most doctors and healthcare workers have never met a person with LIS. So having a centralized rehabilitation unit allows for specialized services from a multidisciplinary team that has knowledge and experience with locked-in syndrome. And having outpatients visits ensures the patient's opportunity to report, for example, shortcomings in their local follow-up. Not all patients with locked-in syndrome have access or independent access to reach us by phone, SMS, or email. Therefore, we do these ambulance visits to their home to speak with them directly. And these annual visits include going through a checklist of questions covering all health aspects, including multidisciplinary follow-up, their training, aids, and mental health questions. This to make sure that we are covering all aspects in which we might be able to provide help. Also, we do provide this lifelong follow-up, and this allows us to for repeated knowledge transfer when there might be a change in the health personnel. So if a patient moves to another facility or gets a new physiotherapist or health personnel, we are able to offer them lectures on locked-in syndrome and guidance in communication, training, and daily activity. And this is important, this to educate those working with the patient. Healthcare providers and decision makers often have limited knowledge of locked-in syndrome or even wrong preconceptions of locked-in syndrome. So in many cases, our services help the patient by helping them communicate their needs and rights. Sometimes if there's a conflict between the patient's wishes and the local follow-ups that is provided to them. These LEAS seminars and LEAS camps, as already said by Janne, they bring the LEAS patients together, meeting others with locked-in syndrome, other family members of patients with LEAS, and other healthcare workers within the same field. And lastly, data from every annual visits are included in our quality register. And this register has provided us with information on this unselected population of patients with locked-in syndrome in Norway. And my PhD research project is partly based on this data that goes back to 2012. So my main supervisor, Professor Frank Becker, he will present our research in a later presentation today. So yeah, me and Janne, we thank you for listening to our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ella and Jane. That was marvelous, really interesting. What a fantastic facility you have there. Having been there myself and walked around it and seen all of the things that you do there, it's so admirable. I wish every country in the world had such a thing. Unfortunately, even somewhere like Australia doesn't. It's a much huger country, but we don't have a centre specifically devoted to locked-in syndrome. And one of my aims with running the Australian Register for Disorders of Consciousness is ultimately to get a centre set up in Australia. So you've been a role model to us. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? I think you covered everything very carefully. It was a really, really good presentation. Thank you. Any questions, anybody? Any more thoughts? We're just about to go into the break now. So if you do have any questions or thoughts, you can perhaps discuss them with us when we come back from the break. I'm not sure whether Hella and Jane will be with us, but their colleague Frank, who's also at the Synas Clinic, is going to be, as Hella was just telling us, is going to be doing his presentation immediately after lunch. So it's a sort of continuation of what the girls have been telling us today. Thank you very, very much. I think the next thing that we're going to be doing is we can, if anybody would like to have a sort of general discussion, can you put your hand up now on your Zoom system, and we can talk about anything that you've heard that's been in the presentations this morning. Anybody got any questions about any of those? It's been quite a long and involved morning. Someone's speaking.
Tina, you can go first. I think Tina was first. So
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask a general question around communication devices. If there is a gap that is identified where there is folks that are locked in, but you can't reach them, there's still that gap. There's still something missing in your communication device area that you need to develop still. Is there something that you could identify that way? You're on mute.
We actually don't work with patients with total locked-in syndrome. I know there are some facilities using the EEG signals. but often we have some responses like the eye movements. And then, Janne, you know,
Yes.
you can use the systems for that.
Yes, we use, if you can't use like an eye gaze system, we have tried the brain-computer interface, but it hasn't been successful. But then we used sort of the yes/no as a partner assistant system. Then you ask questions, and you have like a set of questions that you have in a book. And then you ask the same questions again and again. So it's predictable for the patient. So in a few cases, only use the yes/no, but most patients can use either the Tobii system or the grid system with eye gaze. A few use a head mouse, and yeah.
So as you say, if you have one movement that you can say yes or confirm, then you can use like a spreadsheet so the patient knows, okay, we start off with this question and this question leads down this road or this road, so that they are able to communicate at least their needs and their wishes.
We call it PASS, a partner-assisted scanning. I think is a well-known system in the AAC world.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tina. I think, Phil, were you wanting to speak?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I enjoyed all the talks. Thank you. Even though I wasn't visible all the time, I was still listening.
You were here.
A couple of comments on Professor Vidal's presentation. He was surprised about ALS versus brainstem stroke. There are very few ALS patients in Europe because, according to a Dutch study quite a few years ago, 93% of patients with ALS, when they reach the point of having to make a decision about a ventilator, they allow themselves to die. So they don't want to survive. So all you've left with are brainstem strokes due to producing locked-in syndrome. So I think when rehabilitation, good as it is right now, improves and people are able to speak again, I think it'll make a huge difference to whether or not they decide to survive. Because as we saw from Dick's presentation, I mean, there's a lot that these people, and also the other person, I can't remember her name, there's a tremendous life there. You know, I mean, we're alive, even though we're locked in, and we just have to release that. And I think speech is really important. And I think we're going to hear about that this afternoon, right, from Moses.
We are. We've got David Moses talking, and we've got Anne Johnson, who was a locked-in syndrome person who actually had the brain-computer interface implanted. So that would be really interesting. Those two are concurrent later this afternoon.
The other point of reference is that locked-in syndrome in general, due to a brainstem stroke, 1/3 will die, 1/3 will get better, and the other third remain locked in or coming out of it. So the variations in, so you hear about people getting better, well, they're not fully locked in, or they have some residual activity that they can, neural activity that they can, by practice and effort, they can actually get something like we were just shown. And I think that's very interesting. So there's a lot of hope for people with locked in. I think the whole field is changing, and technology is of course the answer. And of course, having good people in Norwegian and other places to actually apply that is key, and actually use it. And you mentioned, Jane, you mentioned that BCI didn't work. I think it was EEG they were using, if I understood. And that's the problem with EEG. It's not got high resolution. You need to go right into the brain. But that's another old story, so I'll keep quiet.
Perhaps you'll tell us about that. Phil kindly has given us presentations in previous years, and he will be back, providing he continues to want to. He'll be back again next year doing a presentation on his current research, so we should be able to hear a bit more about what he's been doing.
I will continue to work, don't worry.
And Phil actually did a brain implantation on himself several years ago, which no doubt he'll tell you about in next year's. Give us all something to look forward to again, Phil. The other thing that, of course, is vitally important is the detection, being able to understand who is locked in. There's a lot of people in a lot of countries that don't have MRI scanners and don't have ways of actually even evaluating that the person does have full cognitive ability and is just locked in, and they're being classified as vegetative or minimally conscious and not being treated appropriately at all. So that's another huge area that needs to be addressed and is being addressed gradually, but we shouldn't ignore it.
Have you heard of, sorry, just to speak to that, have you heard of something what they referred to as vent farms in California, for example, by the thousands? Apparently they're kept on ventilators and deemed to be in a vegetative state, but perhaps as this rates, I've heard 40% are wrongly diagnosed, or maybe they have become awakened, but they're not being further tested. And is this something that you're aware of?
I had not heard of vent farms. I don't know if anybody else had that. It's a horrifying term, but at least the people are being kept.
Yeah, Fernando.
Yeah, I think I think my impression is that the problem with misdiagnosis is that technology on the one hand, of course, is increasingly crucial to diagnose correctly, to discriminate between, the vegetative state and wakefulness and responsive state and other states. But on the other hand, technology is making that process a lot more complicated because it has turned having consciousness and not having consciousness into a spectrum. So, it's no longer that a person has consciousness or does not have consciousness or lacks consciousness, but there is a spectrum. So now, now in the middle, there is the minimally conscious state. And in the minimally conscious state, there are degrees. So while technology facilitates correct diagnosis, it also generates more complicated situations. And I'm sure that Frank and Jane and colleagues have this experience. So yeah, technology is crucial, and at the same time, it raises new difficulties, new challenges. Again, because of the transformation of the state of having consciousness into a spectrum, basically, and no longer into something that is a yes or no matter. Sorry.
And of course, the spectrum is difficult to gauge if you're not getting a steady flow of communication. At one point, I'd love to discuss something that I've come up with. It's very basic, but very interesting. And I don't know at what platform to discuss, but it's a communication device that maybe at one point we can talk at another way. I'm not sure, another point of contact.
I'd be very interested to hear that. I think everybody would be, Tina. We've got somebody, James Brinton, who's involved with the eye gaze technology. During the lunch break, he's going to give a talk about low tech and high tech and no tech devices. And then following that, we've got somebody called Stefan who's going to be doing a short video of a communication device that he's created that allows people with locked-in syndrome to initiate conversation, because I think that's one of the things that people have a lot of problems with, is attracting someone's attention and making them aware that they actually want to speak. So maybe, I'm sure we'll have time after that to have a little discussion just before we go into the afternoon's presentations, which will start with Frank Becker. Would that be okay?
Oh, certainly. And I'll be around if anybody wants to poke around.
Okay, Tina. And perhaps you and I can discuss whether you'd like maybe to give a presentation at next year's. We'll talk about that. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody. Well, I think what we had intended to do now was listen again to a little bit of Dick's wonderful music that he's composed, which will give everyone a bit of a chance to get a drink or something to eat or stretch their legs or whatever you fancy doing. So in maybe 5 minutes time, between 5 and 10 minutes time, we'll come back and James Brinton is going to talk to us about communication options from no tech to high tech. He's a speech pathologist. And then after that, we're going to have a short video, as I just was saying, from Stefan Karmian, who's created the device enabling locked-in people to initiate a conversation. So that'll all be between now and 3:10, around 3:10, when Bauke and I will come back. We'll have a brief discussion about what we hear during the lunch break, and then we'll go on to Professor Frank Becker. So thank you very much for this morning. It's been a wonderful morning, and we'll now go to Dick's music, Diurnal Flight. Thank you, Bauke.
Every inch feels tight in the endless night. A mind that races where no space seems right. Before I'm breaking out, but where's the door? Time echoes loud on the empty floor. The world outside feels far and wide, while I'm locked inside with shadows I fight. Flying back to my teens, I see myself running through the fields with the sun on my back and the dikes on fire. I'm heading south to the ones I love, and don't call me a liar. There was no need to stand alone. Crawling walls, my silent screams, hearing whispers choked in dreams. Can't breathe in, can't break free. This trapped soul just yearns to flee. In my mind I seek the sea for open waves to carry me. Veins of panic pulse and thrum. In this cell my psyche's numb. Visions of an open sky, grasping at the thoughts that fly. Racing heart, the ticking clocks, boundless thoughts inside a box. Suffocating silence, no solace to be found. Shackled by this space, entangled and wound. I'm clawing for release, to tear these walls around. Desperate for a breath, where freedom's sound is crowned. The city's maze closes in, streets like a snare. Trapped in the torrent, gasping for air.
Hello, everybody. I hope you've got something to eat or something to drink, and you stretch your legs a little bit, a bit of refreshment. We're now going to go to James Brinton, the speech pathologist I mentioned earlier, who's going to give us a talk on communication options from no tech to high tech. Welcome, James. Good to have you with us.
Good morning, everybody from Washington, D.C. in the United States. Thank you so much for having me. My name is James Brinton. I'm a speech and language pathologist, and I've been working with locked-in populations for the last 8 years. I want to share I have a few slides to share some pictures, some ideas for the next 10 minutes. And so let me make sure that that gets up on the screen here. Here, just a moment. Slideshow. Okay, you should be seeing my slides now.
We are indeed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So I've called this From Gestures to Gadgets, Communication with Locked-In Syndrome. Thank you for being here. I would welcome any questions in the chat. I will also be sharing at the end of these few slides a couple resources that you see here, a few links that you can open up and save afterward. And Shannon, I can send these links to you afterward so you can share with the community as well.
Would be great. Thank you very much. I'll put them on as well.
Great. I'd like to cover a few brief ideas. So first, let's talk about yes and no communication. What is it and what does it look like? I'm going to present to you some non-tech communications tools that you can create and make inexpensively and carry around with you anywhere you go. We're going to talk a little bit about partner-assisted communication, and then I'm going to introduce some high-tech communication tools for individuals with locked-in syndrome. I'd like to begin with the Communication Bill of Rights. If you've never heard of the Communication Bill of Rights, this is a powerful document for you, for your support staff, for your nurses, for your families. And the Communication Bill of Rights, and I'm going to read this directly, states that all people with a disability of any extent or any severity have the basic right to affect through communication the conditions of their existence. So all of us, you have the right to communicate and impact the conditions where you exist. Beyond this general right, there are a number of specific communication rights that you have that should be ensured in daily interactions, daily interventions involving people who have severe disabilities and the people who care for them. So you can fully participate in communication interactions. Each person has fundamental rights. And I will share this at the end. Some of these communication rights are the right to interact socially and to maintain closeness through relationships. You have the right to express your personal feelings. You have the right to request objects and items. You have the right to refuse objects and items. You have the right to be informed, to be communicated with. You have the right to direct your medical care. You have the right to AAC options. AAC stands for Augmentative and Alternative Communication. So AAC are tools that augment your communication, that allow you different alternative ways of communication. If you're not speaking with your mouth and your voice, there are tools that you have the right to use to communicate for you. You have the right to be spoken to and communicated with absolute dignity every day by every person that you interact with. So this is the bedrock of everything we're going to be speaking about next. You have the right to exist and be communicative and to be communicated to with dignity and love and connection. Let's talk a little bit about yes-no communication. What is it? Yes-no communication is when somebody will ask the individual with locked-in syndrome yes and no questions and wait for a response. In order to have this response, we need to find some sort of reliable physical sign in the body of the person with locked-in syndrome. And many people use their eyes to signal yes and no. Some people might raise a slight muscle in their eyebrow to signal yes or no. What I've seen over time is that if we provide simple and direct yes or no questions and allow the person with locked-in syndrome to respond in the way that is most reliable for them, it might be looking up for yes and looking down for no, or it might be looking up for yes and close the eyes for no. We have to provide questions one at a time and wait. So for example, I might ask, are you cold? And then wait for the response. I watch the eyes, and then when they say, yes, I am cold, I can ask, is this the blanket that you would like? And I show them a choice and allow them to answer yes or no. This can get complicated if we ask too many questions at the same time, or our questions are convoluted and not direct. So here's what not to say. Do not say, are you hot or cold? Remember, we have to ask one choice and allow the person who is locked in to answer yes or no before moving on to the next choice. And then instead of asking, where is the blanket? We need to locate the blanket and say, is this the blanket you were thinking of? And allow them to respond yes or no with their eyes. So these are a few examples of yes and no communication. Let's talk a little bit about the sign for yes and no. Some people rely on blinking and other people rely on looking in specific directions. Blinking is not ideal because blinking is a natural reflex that we need to protect our eyes, to hydrate our eyes, to sleep, and to survive. So relying on the blink reflex for yes and no answers can be complicated because sometimes we just need to naturally blink aside from when we need to give an answer. So I would recommend that you find a system that works best for you. And I've seen looking up for yes, down for no, a good working option, or look right for yes and look left for no. We know that yes and no alone is a very binary choice and is very limiting. So some people might expand it just a little bit. So they might look up for yes and down for no. They look right for sometimes and left for rarely. So instead of 2 binary choices, we expand it to 4 choices. Next, I'd like to talk about a few non-tech communication items. What I have here is called an E-Tran board. An E-Tran board is a homemade plastic board that your communication partner can hold up in between the person who is locked in and themselves. And on that board is transparent so you can see through it. There's a hole in the middle as you see. And on that board, the person either puts word choices or pictures and allows the position of these pictures on this board that's in between that communication interaction to provide choices for the person who is locked in. So you might ask a question, which of these do you need? And the person looks at the item that is provided. So on this illustration, you see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 choices. So you ask a question that has 8 possible answers, and you allow the person who is locked in to look at the answer or the response that they want. This is nice because this is portable. It's customizable. These are little slips of paper that can be taped on or off and be changed. This is very portable, so this can travel with you when you are in your shower chair, in the shower, and can go with you as a communication tool. It's nice because it's fairly lightweight and other people in your family and situation can learn how to use it with a good model. It's fairly inexpensive to make. We do have to acknowledge that there are limited choices here. This is limiting your utterances to 8 choices. So it can do the job in a pinch, but it is not giving you the full expanse of your communication rights. Here's another example of an E-Tran board that has expanded. So you see that we have yes and no on the right and left. We have different colors and different letters. So this is an example of an E-Tran, a physical communication board that allows the person who is locked in to use their eyes and the directions they point to start spelling words. Now, some people find this a great tool. Other people find this a little bit complex. So let's move on to some other no-tech communication tools. Sometimes people will put in their living quarters on the wall a poster that has the most frequently requested items or requests. So number 1 is TV on, number 2 is TV off. We have I'm hot, I'm cold, give me my glasses, I need suctioning. So a poster board that's hung up in the room can be pointed to, and the person might say, is it number 4? Is it number 5? And you wait for the person who's locked in to give the signal for yes or no with their eyes. A poster board, again, can be hung up in different areas of the home. It can be easily customized, and it's fairly simple for everybody, all communication partners, to learn. Again, we know that a poster like this is also fairly limited in the amount of information that the person who is locked in can respond to. And it really requires practice for us as the family and support staff to understand the responses of the individual that we're communicating with. So we want to remember that this requires practice and patience, not only patience for the communication partner, the spouse, the caregiver, but patience for the person who is locked in, who is providing the responses. This requires us to provide plenty of wait time so the person can give us the correct answer that they intend to give us. And we always follow it up with reassurance. Let's say that we have an interaction where we're trying to communicate and we keep making mistakes and frustration is building. It's so important for us, the communication partners, to provide reassurance. We might say, I know there's something really important that you're trying to tell me, but I'm having a hard time getting the message. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then let's come back to this because what you have to say is really important, and I want to try it again. So giving each other reassurance that communication is so important, and communication keeps us connected to the people around us and the world around us. So there's an example of a poster board that you can make. Next, I want to move on to something called partner-assisted spelling. And I will share in the chat after this the link where I got this partner-assisted spelling board, and it has some example videos of how to use partner-assisted spelling. Now, partner-assisted spelling is a physical paper that you print out or you write up, and the communication partner holds this letter board. You'll notice here that each row starts with a vowel. We have A, E, I, O, U, and then we have some numbers at the bottom. So we have the A row, the E row, I row, O row, and U row. What I would do is we would hold this paper up with our communication partner, and we would go row by row. So A, E, I, and when we get to the row that the person is going to be spelling and indicating with their eyes, when I get to the correct row, I'm going to watch the person who is locked in to give the signal with their eyes for yes. So let's say I got down to the I row and they gave me the signal for yes. So I know that the letter that they want to start spelling with is in the I row. Then I would go letter by letter, I, J, K, L. Every time I go through a letter, I watch for the signal for yes. Through this interaction, row by row and letter by letter, the partner will assist the person who is locked in to get to the right letter and watch for the sign for yes with their eyes. So they're looking up when I get to the right letter. We go row by row, letter by letter. This is a slow and very detailed way to communicate specific words and allow the person to explicitly tell us what they need to have communicated letter by letter, word by word. You'll notice after the A and E row, we have a space bar, we have mistake, start over. At the bottom, we have numbers. Partner-assisted spelling is very detailed. It can be very laborious for both communication partners, and it takes a lot of practice. It also takes memory for both parties to remember what letter they did last. And often we find that practice helps, and you can become fluent in this type of communication. It's called partner-assisted spelling. It's really important for us, the staff, the family, to have some partner tools available. So by the bedside, a notebook and paper, so the partner who is helping assist in spelling can write down the words to take off some of that memory load. So just a paper and pencil or a small whiteboard and markers, and available by the bedside are really important. This is important too because it allows all of our medical staff, the nurses, the children, the spouses to have some sort of communication tool right at the bedside. So there's no excuse that things are not written down and that they're not remembered. On the right, we have something called a boogie board. Now, this is a very inexpensive electronic tablet that you can find on Amazon. I found it at a toy store, and it has a small battery inside. It allows you to take the pencil at the bottom, write a few notes, and the top button is an eraser. So it just erases. It's a very short-term notepad. It's fun. Kids and adults like it, and it's portable. So you can take it with you, and as you're spelling, you can write down words so you can get the full message that's intended. So these are some good partner tools. Next, I'd like to move into high-tech communication options. Often, individuals who are locked in can, if they're looking at high-tech augmentative and alternative communication devices, they look at eye gaze access. Eye gaze is a computer tablet with an eye tracker at the bottom that, when it's set up in front of the individual and is calibrated to their eye movements, the eye tracker at the bottom will read the eye movements of the person who is locked in and allow them access to keyboards that will speak for them, phrase pages, internet, email. So it's a computer tablet, and with your eyes, you're using the movement of your eyes as the keyboard and mouse, and the device will speak for you. A high-tech communication device like this provides expansive communication. So when set up properly, it allows the person to type out sentences, chapters, questions, directives at their free will. It has keyboards, phrase pages, gives you computer access. It has an emergency call bell that you activate just by looking at with your eyes. It allows you to connect to your phone and send text messages, connect to your social media pages, and surf the internet. These devices come at an expense depending on where you are in the world. Your medical insurance may pay for this, or you may have some government-funded assistance for communication devices. These devices also take training and need support, and they have the frailties of any communication device. They have to be plugged into a power source at times, and et cetera, et cetera. So there are definitely pros to each one of these communication tools, but also cons. Here's an example of what an eye gaze device simply set up in front of somebody looks like. So here we have Lana. She's reclined in a power chair. You can use these devices laying down flat. You can be reclined. You can be sitting up in a power wheelchair, in a recliner, and the device is placed in front of you. The camera is pointed at your eyes, and you're using your eye movements to direct the keyboard and the voice functions, and it speaks for you. So here she's got a keyboard. It's connected up to her other computer, and she's communicating. There are a few resources I love to point people to. Two companies specifically, if you're looking at high-tech devices to look into. The first is eyegaze.com. This company is based out of the United States and has a very long history of providing eye gaze communication devices across the globe. They're in more than 50 countries now, and they provide remote training and remote support that's very customized. And this is a very robust device for people who have complex eyes and complex bodies. If you're in the UK, there's a great company called Smartbox. Their website is thinksmartbox.com. If you're in the UK, I know this conference is being hosted out of the UK. You may have quicker access to Smartbox devices through your funding source. So I would look into both of these companies to see their options. Here are a few sample screens. So in the lower left, we have a keyboard screen. So you'll notice there are all the letters of a keyboard. There are some keyboard functions. In the upper left-hand corner, there's a button that when you look at it, it will speak. So you type out with your eyes, and then you look at the speak button, and it produces a voice of what you typed. On the right, we have a phrase page that can be customized to your medical needs. So if you look at the button that says, I need suctioning, it will say, hey, I need suctioning. So these devices are highly customizable and very specific. And that is, let me drop some of these links in the chat. And we'll go to the chat quickly. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to put in the chat is the partner-assisted spelling board and example videos. Go ahead, Shannon.
I was going to say, whilst James is doing that, if anybody's got any questions, have a big think about it and then present your question to James immediately if you'd like to. We've got time.
Jeg har jo 1,1 prosentsstilling fast. Og i denne perioden så øker stillingen til 100. Jeg har 70 boliger, 30 som læreransvar. Det er stående? Ja.
Anybody have any questions for James?
James,
All
are
right.
you involved in any research around developing new devices? Are you often asked to try them?
I currently work in a position where I have exposure to many different communication devices. I used to work for a manufacturer of these devices, so I was involved in some of the research there, but now I'm more of a practicing clinician and an assessor for people who need these devices. Good question. I also put in here the link for the Communication Bill of Rights, and that's a very powerful tool for any family members or clinicians here.
That was really interesting to see that actually spelt out on the screen for us, what the rights are.
Yeah.
Very moving.
I've seen so many families without knowing speaking for their loved one or assuming because they've been in a relationship with their loved one who is locked in for years and years that they know what they want or they know what they want for, you know, what they want to wear. And when we give someone even the basic dignity to allow them to choose what blouse they want, what they like to watch on TV, among the many important things that we need in our lives, that showing that basic dignity can really change the dynamic and increase our love and closeness when we give each other options. And that can take trial and error and practice with the right tools.
Make a huge difference to quality of life, feeling that you've got a way of expressing your needs and wants.
And I would also say that there are a handful of books out there that have been written by individuals who are locked in using their eyes and reading their stories and their journeys in communication can be very empowering and informative to all of us.
And of course, at the moment, I'm in the process of putting together a book with lots of the locked-in syndrome people, 12 of them, in fact, who are going to be writing their story, and they're all writing it themselves. They're all typing it up themselves, they've had a year to do it. So any of you out there watching, you locked-in syndrome authors, I'll be on to you in September for your copy, please. And we'll get that published with Routledge, the publishers, at the end of the year. So yes, you're quite right, James. Any other questions?
Well, thank you for having me. Yes, any other questions? I'll stay on here for a while to answer any questions.
James, maybe the thing you just said, that sometimes with locked in that the partners feel like they know what someone wants, and do you mean that you have experienced also discrepancies in that people maybe fill in what someone wants and that it's maybe different when they are able to communicate? Or
yes, I worked with a woman who was locked in for about 10 years, and I was called in by another speech therapist to say, hey, would eye gaze be high-tech eye gaze? Would that be appropriate for this person? Because the family had said, no, that doesn't work for us. We're not going to try that. So we had to really do a little bit of diving with that family. When I went in and really observed the communication that was happening, this family was giving their mother and wife very few choices. They were really making all the decisions for her. And I believe that part of that was the culture that they came from, where that's just how it landed, that other strong personalities in the family were really deciding and thinking what they knew. We assessed this woman. Her eye movement was beautiful. It was strong. It was consistent. And when we put a device in front of her, she calibrated and she started typing immediately. As we got this device in front of her, she got her own device and got practicing. We saw that one of the things that was most important for her was she told her husband with her eyes, and it spoke out loud, I want to choose what I wear every day.
Yeah.
To him, that was not important, but to her, that was something that made her feel good and gave her joy. And that was her. What we say is really a reflection of our soul, our heart. And that was her coming out saying, oh, that thing back in the closet that I haven't worn for 8 years, that's what I want to wear today. Aside from that, once she got access to communication, she was able to tell her social worker that one of her nurses was not treating her right. That's really powerful. That impacts health. That impacts quality of life. The dynamic in the house, because mom was communicating again, shifted dramatically and in a beautiful way. That window was open up for her. Her country of origin was Colombia, so she was emailing her cousins in Colombia. She was going online. She has now passed away, but before she passed away, she had reconnected with her family. She had once again participated in her medical care, got to fire one of her nurses who was not doing things correctly, and really be a part of the family again. And that had been taken from her for 10 years about. So that was a beautiful illustration of when families are open to and have the resources to try technology, it can make a difference. That's a best case scenario. High-tech eye gaze devices don't work perfectly for everybody, and the low-tech devices that we covered can be laborious and take a lot of practice and a lot of patience in the communication dynamic. So I like to stress patience is a great virtue to bestow not only on the communication partner, but the person themselves to say, I'll work letter by letter. We'll get this. Do you know if the UK has a similar Bill of Rights for communication? Chrissy, I'm not sure. This Communication Bill of Rights has been adopted by the American Speech Language Hearing Association, and I'm not sure if Britain's Speech Language Therapist Association, I imagine they have something very similar. I will say one more thing. Some people let's say you're in Egypt or you're in Dubai and you don't know if you ever have access to, you don't know a company that makes these. I know the first company, eyegaze.com, they do international assessments by Zoom and can determine whether or not you might be a candidate. So the physical distance can be a limitation, but not an absolute, no-go for some people. So reach out to their website and see what's possible if that's something that you're interested in. And then I would also encourage you, if you feel like you're really stuck in a rut, find a speech therapist in your town, in your county that can come in and assess and maybe provide a few suggestions to help you and your loved ones communicate a little better, even if it's using no-tech tools. Improvements can always be made. And a speech therapist can come in and maybe talk to the spouse and say, this is what I observe, and I'm going to model something, and I want you to try it and see if that helps. So bring in a speech therapist if you feel stuck in a rut to learn a few new tools, even if it's nothing that's high tech.
Shannon, can I cut in here?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Just to tell a story about a patient that I knew, ALS, 30 years. He died a few years ago. And for him, we built what we call well, we didn't really have a name for it, but it was a tiny EMG device that he stuck on his face here. And he had very, very little movement left. But a very slight muscle twitch was picked up, and it gave him a yes or no. And he used your eye gaze. And so he didn't really have good eye movements, but this just opened it up for him. So what did he do? Okay, he got married twice, divorced twice, when he had ALS. He ran a business. What else did he do? He gave talks. They would roll him up on the stage to the ALS Association and give talks. And you know, in the US, you had to be 2 years paralyzed before the Medicare would fund you. He went to the Congress, to Washington, gave him hell, and immediately they changed the law. That's the kind of guy you need. I mean, he was just so alive and so determined. And then he developed cancer. He had the surgery in his face. He had all sorts of problems. He finally, I think he gave in and allowed himself to be taken off the ventilator. And, you know, it was so sad. But I mean, 30 years of ALS, 2 kids. He was diagnosed when his daughter was born. He was diagnosed with ALS, which was really, really sad. We actually did an implant on him, and it had to be taken out for medical reasons, but he did well with that too. But the little device we built to put on his face and just detect tiny little twitches of muscle was all he needed.
Wow.
We still
That's
have some of those devices. Actually, I still have his device because he gave it to me.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you want to check it out, you're welcome.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, it was great.
What year around would that have been that you were working with that device with him?
Oh, from about 2000 onwards. He died about 3 or 4 years ago. So,
Okay.
yeah, we tried to get it commercialized, but you know, these things are difficult. But
Yeah, yeah.
it's still available. It's very easy to build.
Do you
So,
know what is that EMG switch called? Is it still available?
well, we call them muscle mouse and Morse, but that
Muscle
was,
mouse.
yeah, we call it the muscle mouse. I don't even know if it's, you're probably looking on the internet. I'm not sure if it's even on that still.
When I search on the internet, it comes up with a cute picture of a mouse who's been working out at the gym. I did put in the chat, there is a company out of the United States called Control Bionics that has made an EMG switch that can be placed on various parts, and it's integrated with a communication device. These devices are wonderful. There are so many limitations because of where they can be sent, and the cost can be so prohibitive unless you have insurance or a funding body in your country that provides them. So,
yeah, it was, the cost was high. And
yes, yes.
tried to sell them with their device. I can't remember the name of it now, so long ago, but it was so expensive, it just didn't take off.
Yeah.
They, you know, doubled the price because they had to spend time, you know.
Yeah, engineering. Yeah. Yeah. Fernando, thank you. You said the right to communication is included in the UN Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities adopted in 2006. That's wonderful. Is part of human rights legislation. Yeah. It is up to us to advocate for our loved ones and to self-advocate if you are without communication right now. And we're here to help you, Shannon. This community that is here is wonderful. So momentum is moving upward and onward.
It is. It's marvelous to see how every year it's building and building, and more researchers are getting involved. And the more people that know, the more funding goes into it, and the more likely it is that these things will become a reality and become accessible for everybody. Yeah, it's wonderful the work that you're doing, James, and you, of course, Phil. Thank you very much for that really interesting presentation, James. It's another marvelous year from you.
I put my email in the chat. If anybody has questions about that might need to go to a speech therapist, happy to advise, and then of course refer you to another speech therapist near you. But if you ever are in a pinch, the community here is here to help you.
That's very good. Thank you. Thank you, James. And if anybody doesn't catch that on the chat thing, you can always reach James through me on my Brain Foundation email address. Great. Thank you, James. Lovely to see you again. I hope you stay and enjoy some of the rest of the afternoon. We've now got a short video from Stefan Carmian, who's created a device that enables a locked-in person to initiate a conversation. So I'll hand over to Bauke and we'll watch that video.
This is the current prototype of the summoner. Now you can see its size in relationship to the pair of glasses that it's outfitted with the sensors to activate it. It's got several inputs. One input here is from the glasses to the interface. One output here is to a set of powered speakers or anything you want, audio-wise. And then over here is the power that powers the whole system and also is connected through a relay to over here. Which is a 110 volt receptacle that gets activated when the system receives a command. So you can see this little bar here allows the user and caregiver to see how it's functioning. And there's two modes, one called not training or actual run mode, the other one training. When you're in training mode, you get a little blink here to tell you that you are. And the reason we have those two modes is that when the not training, the actual run use time happens, the AC plug, it's hard to see with the light. Anyway, the AC plug, which is right here, gets activated for 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, and that would just be too much to set it up. So we're going to go in training mode. And this switch allows you to go from training to non-training. You can see that in training mode, that little light blinks to indicate that it is training. And so what we'll do is I have the glasses on my face with the sensor. Again, I'm sorry, I don't have a cameraman, and I really ought to. With the sensor, and what I'll do now is I'll do one blink, a short blink, and a long blink. Okay, so let's try it. Short, long blink. All right, so now that I've all gotten ready to do it, I'm going to now trigger it. Here's a long blink, a short blink, and a long blink.
You've successfully triggered the device in learning mode.
Now there's a light up here that goes on that indicates the AC relay's been activated. So what you have is you have these outputs of the speakers, powered speakers that could be anywhere in the room, and this one for the lamps or anything electronic you want to activate, you can put the lamp outside of the room. So the code is pretty complicated because it took us a long time to get to the point where we could have the signal being caught with very few type 1 errors. That is to say, it's flagged as something as positive when it really is negative. And that's not what you want with user-friendly software, especially assistive technology software. People will abandon it. So let's look at it one more time.
You've successfully triggered the device in learning mode.
And I've done this test with a number of people, about 8 or 9 people so far. And of the 9 people, only one of them had any problems with it. Everybody else managed to get it to.
You've successfully triggered the device in learning mode.
Every inch feels tight in the endless night. A mind that races where no space seems right. Before I'm breaking out, but where's the door? Time echoes loud on the empty floor. The world outside feels far and wide, while I'm locked inside with shadows I fight, flying back to my teens. I see myself running through the fields with the sun on my back and the dikes on fire. I'm heading south to the ones I love, and don't call me a liar. There was no need to stand alone. Crawling walls, my silent screams, hearing whispers choked in dreams. Can't breathe in, can't break free. This trapped soul just yearns to flee. In my mind I seek the sea for open waves to carry me.
I think perhaps now we're we could go to Frank, if you're with us, Frank.
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you, Frank. I'll give you a bit of an introduction and you can take over. Frank's a clinician and researcher who's worked with neurorehabilitation for 25 years, especially with rehabilitation for patients that have acquired brain injury. He's a clinical medical director at the Sunnaas Rehabilitation Hospital in Norway, where we just heard from Hella and Jane just before the break, and a professor in physical and rehabilitation medicine at the University of Oslo. Professor Becker heads the National Unit for Rehabilitation of Locked-in Syndrome based at the Sunnaas Rehabilitation Hospital. His presentation is entitled How I Live My Locked-in Life, which is an ongoing research project about locked-in syndrome in Norway. With the Norwegian National Unit for Rehabilitation of Locked-in Syndrome as the starting point, this is an ongoing study which seeks to provide a better understanding of health, participation, self-reported autonomy and quality of life in patients with locked-in syndrome. In the first part of the study, they explored the demographic and medical characteristics of the Norwegian LIS population. The results from this study, published in Neurology, will be shortly presented. In an ongoing second sub-study, they investigated what everyday life is like for patients with locked-in syndrome in Norway. Also, this study uses data from the quality register of the national unit, and some preliminary results will be presented here. The final part of their project regards the following question: how do Norwegian patients with locked-in syndrome perceive their autonomy? And is their level of autonomy linked to quality of life and levels of activity and participation? We will shortly introduce the ethics and aims of this study that will start later this year. So I'll hand you over now to Frank. Good to see you, Frank. Thanks for coming today. Hi.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you very much for the nice introduction and for the opportunity to present both our service, which Jane and Helle did before the lunch break, and our research, which I will be doing now. So just try to share. There we should be going. Yes. So you already heard what it's about from Shannon's introduction. So I will get more into details of this, of course. Our starting point is that there are some deficits, as we think, in the research currently available, the research findings for locked-in syndrome, which, amongst others, are those who are stated here. The definitions for locked-in syndrome, they vary often, and in many papers they are rather ill-defined or ill-described, and especially regarding the border, or when you go from complete locked-in syndrome to incomplete locked-in syndrome. For example, which kind of motor function one can have achieved and still be called for being in a locked-in syndrome, or which kind of speech function. So this is a problem which makes it difficult to compare between studies. and also the inclusion criteria regarding cognition are not sufficiently described often. And we have also mixed etiologies, which is the second but last point here. And then I agree very much with Fernando, what we heard earlier today, that it's there are differences between the different types of locked-in syndrome, locked-in state and locked-in syndrome, and whether it's caused by a sudden stroke, for example, or more has evolved over time, and that it's for some reasons it's important to differentiate between the different types of locked-in syndrome. And as you've heard earlier, our service for the rehabilitation of locked-in syndrome is for persons with acquired brain injury. That's what we're good at, and that's where we can help. And we think it's important to differentiate between ALS and the vascular, the stroke types of locked-in syndrome. So also there's a problem that, of course, few studies have examined larger or investigated larger groups of patients, obviously, because it's a rare condition. So it's not easy to have studies with a large group of patients, and there are also few unselected population-based studies, meaning that, for example, studies recruit patients from a certain part of the locked-in population, for example, those who can afford rehabilitation or something like that. So we are in the happy situation in Norway, of course, for the patients, happy situation that everybody has access to all the services, and at least should have access. And then this is also good for research, of course. And then often also a problem is that data are collected by proxy, as it's called here, so that it's not actually the locked-in, the patients with the locked-in syndrome who are asked about how their life or how their condition or their health, but that it's the answers given by relatives or helpers or other, which also is interesting, but this can, of course, bias the results. So this project is called How I Live My Locked-in Life. It's a PhD project in collaboration with the Norwegian Association for Stroke Victims, a user organization, and it's financially supported by something called the DAM Foundation, which is a foundation that makes its money from lottery. So they were kind enough to give us money for this. And it, as Shannon mentioned in the introduction, it consists of 3 studies. You see the names here. I'll not read them, and I will get back to every one of them. They are the first one is published, and you spend most time on that one. The first 2 studies make use of our quality register, which Helle already mentioned, which we established in 2012 to get an overview over the locked-in population, which kind of also is our assignment as a national unit to get better known with the population and who they are and how their life is. So we have this register and now are able to analyze the data and also publish them. And of course, I have to mention that this is Helle, who is the PhD candidate in this project and who's doing most of the work. And the project leader. We are working together on this, and it's her everyday work. We got the opportunity to present both our national service and our research. So that's how we divided the presentations. So I get on this one, but Helle will of course have the opportunity to comment also on this. So it's a whole project group, which you see here, with constituted of different researchers with different backgrounds in medicine, nursing, and others areas, and 2 user representatives. So the first study of this project has the title Demographic, Medical, and Clinical Characteristics of a Population-Based Sample of Patients with Long-Lasting Locked-in Syndrome. And as mentioned, it has been published last year in Neurology. You could find it freely on the internet. So the objectives for this was to describe variations within a group of locked-in syndrome patients, and to investigate outcomes of long-lasting locked-in syndrome and the complexity of its course. Our clinical experience said that patients with locked-in syndrome are different. The the course is different, and yeah, they're different also within medical terms, and for example, where lesions in the brain are located. So we wanted to dive into this, and the primary question was, how does the functional status of patients with locked-in syndrome develop over time? And one of the secondary aims, the main secondary aim, one might say, was to look at variations in the location of lesions within and outside the brainstem. And so we did a national cohort study of patients with vascular locked-in syndrome, so stroke, to put it short. So the inclusion criteria for getting services from our national service is that you have been for more than 6 weeks in the locked-in state, according to the definition that Helle mentioned earlier. So that's kind of the ticket to get into our service. We have a rehabilitation service for other patient groups as well, and those who get out of the state according to the definition after 4 weeks might need rehabilitation, and they will get to our facility as well, but they are not part of this national service. So especially now when there's better acute therapy and people might be in a locked-in state for 1 day and then they develop quickly and get better, and they will not be included in this data. And we use the register data, as already mentioned, which are collected during the inpatient rehabilitation at Sunnaas, our hospital, or during the annual control visits, follow-ups. Several types of data were collected, and also radiological reports. So first, to start with the results at the onset of locked-in syndrome. So when the patients, who are the patients that get the locked-in syndrome that lasts for 6 weeks or more? Well, mostly they are men, over 70%. Their median age, so half of them was 55.7 years younger, and half of them was older than 55.7 years of age, and their age range from just about 14 years to 76. About half of the patients had known risk factors for stroke, but also then half of them had not. So we're healthy, at least with regard to those typical risk factors like hypertension and hyperlipidemia and smoking and stuff. The most common etiology was brain infarction, so that the blood supply was stopped to part of the brain, and 70%, but it's actually smaller percentage than in the stroke population in general, but it's about 85%. 84% of them were independent in ADL, which is activities of daily living, like washing yourself, eating, toileting, and stuff. So most of them were functionally also quite healthy, and about 2/3 were working or studying at the time of when they got the locked-in syndrome. So here, a short overview over how the patients, some data about the patients when at the last follow-up. I have to comment one more thing on the previous slides. You see the number there, 51. So this is based on 51 patients where we have data from 2012 and before for those who got the locked-in syndrome before that, which is the number of patients we have in the registry. There are 5 million people living in Norway, and annually, as Helle mentioned earlier, you might remember, we get into contact with 0 to 3 new cases. So it's within a population of 5 million. So for 43 of those 51, we have follow-up data at later stages, at different time points for the different patients, where we can say something about how their life. There's some data about at the state of follow-up, which was performed at median 7.3 years post onset, and the patients, these 43, one was just living a couple of months with a locked-in syndrome, while the longest survivor have been living for almost 45 years with the locked-in syndrome. And at those 43, about half of them were still in a locked-in state, while 20 were not, or had come out of the stage before they died, for example. We see that most of them were heavily dependent in activities of daily living, meaning needing help to perform activities of daily living. I won't get into this MRS thing here. More half living in supported housing or nursery. 3 of them were working. So 3 of those who were in the locked-in state for 6 weeks or more were working. Just a little bit about the emergence from the locked-in state and about survival. And just a quickly reminder, you saw this picture before. Helle described it. It's maybe a bit busy, but here we just focus on the right part and the circles. So here it says not list by definition. So if you were diagnosed as being in a locked-in state, but then we look at, do you emerge from the state? Do you have improvement in your function so that we do not longer regard you as in the locked-in state? You either have to improve your verbal communication and use it as the main form of communication, or you acquire walking ability, or you acquire upper extremity function that allows you to, for example, eat or brush your teeth or something like that. So that you can take part in partially independent in activities of daily living. So when I now talk about patients who emerged from the list state, then they got at least to this level, that they were either able to communicate verbally or achieve this motor function. Of those, we investigated, almost half of the patients eventually emerged from the list state. Some emerged even later than 2 years after onset, but most of them before. But one was recorded emerging from this state actually 9.7 years after onset. Emerging from the list state, but still heavily depending on help. No patient emerged due to worsened cognitive function, because we have this, which we also find important, that there's a definition of the cognitive level of the patient that should be at least oriented, meaning knowing where you are, what time it is, and what your situation is. So if you get worsened cognitive function, you are not longer know who you are and what has happened to you, then you would emerge from locked-in state due to this definition, but nobody experienced that. All but 1 patient achieved some motor recovery. So some kind of movements where they were able to perform at the latest follow-up. So there's only 1 who did not achieve this, and he was the only remaining in the classical locked-in syndrome. I think there are these definitions for classical and total and incomplete, and like the classic we observe very rarely, and there's only 1 of our patients, the 51, who is in this state. Only 3 patients achieved full motor recovery, but still 3 patients who were in the locked-in state for 6 weeks or more achieved this full motor recovery. And here you see, lastly, some data on the speech recovery. 8 regained functional speech, 16 dysarthric speech, like difficult to understand speech, if I put it short. 12 could produce sounds, but not actually speech, and 7 could not give any verbal response. So there's also quite some improvement there, There is some improvement, and sometimes it can be used functionally, and people can use their speech in conversation. From our data, the 3-year survival rate was almost 90%, 5 years 80%, 10 years 73%, but there's still not that much data we have with 51 persons. Most of the 15 patients who deceased, 10 or 15 died more than 2 years after they acquired the locked-in syndrome, and the one we followed up for the longest time, over 30 years. And this is a plot figure which illustrates this. You don't have to look at all the details, but the main part is that here are 51 persons with locked-in syndrome who start here, have this at least for 6 weeks, because otherwise they wouldn't be in the study. And then they can either still be in the locked-in state at the latest follow-up, which were 16 patients you see here, or they can have emerged from the locked-in state and have having achieved some functional improvement, motor or speech, so that they are not longer regarded as being in locked-in state, which were 20 then, or they died within the follow-up period. And these darker blue lines here, they are the different time points. So this were the 6 weeks, and then 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years, and so forth. And the main thing actually is that there are different kind of flows from one category to the other. Over time, still later on in the history of their or later on their life after the locked-in syndrome, still people get out of the locked-in syndrome, and people die at different time points, many first after 2 years or later. So there are different kind of trajectories. This varies among patients quite a lot. Regarding the location of the lesion, this gets a bit technical maybe, but for those of you who understand, I just put it here. But this third point is kind of important. Isolated pons lesion without any other lesions in the brain nor the brainstem was only found in 5 patients, 10%. So and the classical locked-in syndrome, that is meant to be caused by an isolated lesion in the pons, a part of the brainstem. That you only have a small lesion in this part is called pons, and this causes the locked-in syndrome. But actually, we see this only in 10% of patients, so it's very rare. While 80% had one or more lesions outside the brainstem, in addition or only there. So this is also just emphasizes that there are different, that it's not one entity, the locked-in syndrome. There are many different lesion types and locations that can cause the locked-in syndrome. And what also was interesting was that lesions outside the brainstem, so in other parts of the brain than we originally thought, those who emerged from the list state had less such lesions. So this might be a prognostic good sign to not have lesions outside the brainstem. So it's a population-based study with rather large sample size. 51 is not a large sample size, but rather large, and it's not, as far as we know, not selected. Everybody in Norway who is in locked-in state is part of this study. But there might be cases we don't know of, but we think we got most of them. And it offers insights into the functional diversity and the different trajectories. But as I said, still a small sample size. And also in general, one thinks that research data or data collected for research prospectively are of better quality than registered data, but still we think they are quite good, and Helle has checked all the data against the medical charts. So that was the first study, and shortly about the second and the third one. I think I have some time left. So this one is called Locked-in Life, Everyday Function in a Population-Based Sample of Patients with Long-Lasting Locked-in Syndrome. As we said, also based on the registered data, and we want to know more about everyday life, activity and participation. What are people doing? What kind of aids do they use? What kind of services they get or rehabilitation? And also, are they satisfied with the arrangements of daily life and the cooperation of the local healthcare team? And we use, as I mentioned, the registered data, and the follow-up, yearly follow-up includes some questions regarding mental health and satisfaction. And I only can shortly give you some preliminary findings, as we, and especially Helle, are in the analysis of the data and looking into it and discussing how to present this in a paper, which is under preparation. So here we have included 28 patients, 8 of them females. So those are these who are included here and who have data on this on the questions we are interested in. They were all rather healthy, living at home. Most were employed and had no prior symptomatic disease or disability. And what we find is that there is substantial variation in activity levels, in services provided, and in satisfaction with the services, which is rather what we expect, that there we have this healthcare, which is supposed to give equal health services to patients all over the country, but communities have organized themselves differently. Patients are different, and the communities have spent different amounts of money for the health system and for the most disabled. So there's variation, which we will hope to describe a little bit more in detail. Those who live in nursing homes compared to living at home or living in care homes, which are kind of like homes but are still provided by the municipality. Those in the nursing homes, they have more medical needs and they use more medical equipment, which is not surprising. Nobody with a tracheostomy is living at home. And this, of course, the tracheostomy can be the reason why you are living in the nursing home, but that might also be the other way around. So this is interesting to look more at. And obviously, if you want to live at home, it would be very beneficial to get rid of the tracheostomy if possible. There's no obvious correlation between the satisfaction activity level and the type of residency, which we actually were expecting that there was. But in the total data, it doesn't look like it, but we have to look a little bit more. But rather, we find that there's some difference depending on time since locked-in onset, meaning that those who have been living with locked-in syndrome for a longer time are more active and more satisfied. And and more of them in the early stages are living in the nursing home. So maybe this is more the explanation for why we are thinking that there's more activity at home. Yes, and just shortly on the third study, which we have planned and got ethical approval to perform, but will not be starting for later this year or next year. And this is about how do patients with locked-in syndrome perceive their autonomy, their chances, I was say, their ability to influence what happens in their daily lives. Is their level of autonomy linked to quality of life and levels of activity and participation? And here we want to collect additional data we have some registered data which we use here also, but we want to collect new data about quality of life, where we use two tools which are mentioned here, and also another outcome measure called impact on participation autonomy, IPAE, which I will shortly say some more words about, which we hope will give us information about the patient's autonomy. And we will retrieve data through direct communication with the patient without the proxy present. That at least is our aim. But the patient, of course, if they want to have somebody with them during the interview, then we will allow for that. There will also be qualitative interviews performed for us with some of the persons with locked-in syndrome. And this IPAE, it covers here on the right a number of items like mobility, self-care, looking after your money, and paid or volunteer work, education, training, and so forth. And on the left, you see one example for the mobility, where it says, well, mobility, it's about getting around where and when you want. And then it says, first, we would like you to ask some questions about your mobility. Your chances of getting around where and when you want. We're interested in whether you can decide yourself where and when you want to go somewhere. And this is... in rehabilitation, usually we just we try to investigate whether people are able to move around, but here we're not much interested in the ability, but in whether they can be in charge of getting around or not. So then there are a number of questions like my chance of getting around my house where I want to and when I want to, and visiting relative friends when I want to, and so forth. So this is about the autonomy then, and we are very much interested in this and in linking it to quality of life then, which we are also investigating. So to sum up, the published study is the largest population study so far as we know, presenting an unselected group of patients with locked-in syndrome due to stroke, and with this amount of detailed data. Those who are functioning at the locked-in level for more than 6 weeks after stroke are a heterogeneous group. various trajectories and outcomes, substantial variation in activity levels, services provided, satisfaction with arrangement for everyday lives. About almost half of the patients emerge from the locked-in state, most commonly within 2 years, but some also later. But still, most of the patients are heavily dependent on help in activity of daily life. A few make full recovery even after having been in the locked-in state for more than 6 weeks. And what we assumed about lesions does not seem to be correct, but there are many different constellations of where the lesions are, and having lesions outside the brainstem might be a prognostic factor. But the classic locked-in syndrome due to a lesion in the pons part of the brainstem seems to be very rare. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. That was so interesting. Some of the information, as you say, was completely unexpected, those findings. The pons being not the only area was a surprise to me. Probably not just people that are working directly with that every day, but yeah. Does anybody have any questions? There's Phil is waving a hand. Phil, are you muted?
Hi, Tech. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, a couple of comments. One is you don't see the ventral brainstem lesion because they probably all died. 1/3 of patients with brainstem strokes die right away. So you're not going to see them. My big question was, what is the incidence and prevalence of locked-in syndrome in Europe or in Norway? Do you know the prevalence? How many patients have it right now?
Any idea, Frank?
Well, as I said, we think there are 0 to 3 per year within 5 million inhabitants in Norway. For within this criteria that they have been in the state for, have to be in the state for at least 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And maybe Helle does know 20-something patients that we know that live with locked-in syndrome right now in Norway. Will you
Yes. Yes, so in our register now there are 35 patients that are alive and half of them are out of the lease state. So it's about around 20 patients in the lease state.
So what's the prevalence then in Norway? Extrapolate now.
Yeah, if we say 20 per 5 million, it would be 4 per million.
4 per million. How many million people in Norway? I don't remember, but
5 million.
Oh, they're 5 million. Oh.
So, and 4 per million with the locked-in syndrome due to stroke for at least 6 weeks.
Wow. So Europe has about 350 million. You multiply that by 5. 350 million people.
Yeah, 4, like 1,500, 1,200, 1,600, something like that, maybe.
Yeah, it's not much. It's much less than I thought. Everyone is deserving of the best.
That's correct, Phil.
But we just to comment, we might be rather strict with the criteria, and we think that is important actually. So you know, we have this criterion with the cognitive function, which sometimes is difficult to assess, of course. But so we try very strictly to distinct between locked-in syndrome and disorders of consciousness, which we also see a lot at our hospital.
So we actually have very few with traumatic brain injury in our least population. But we have the brainstem strokes, and it's different combinations of the stroke within the brainstem, but also often there will be infarctions of the cerebellum or occipital, which have the same vascular system. That's the major like injury outside the brainstem, but we also see a patient with a mesencephalic locked-in syndrome that doesn't have an injury to the pons. And we see patients with pseudo locked-in syndrome, which is when you have a hemorrhage in the cerebellum and the pressure to the brainstem is secondary. And sometimes maybe they have some, in the acute phase, they have some consciousness issues, and then later on they are able to communicate, and their cerebrum and their cortex are maintained.
Okay, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. I was curious about, first of all, thanks, great talk again. You said you were going to do interviews about quality of life without proxy. I was very curious, how are you going to operationalize that? Will you ask open questions? Will you do it face to face?
Yeah, so I will do the interviews. So I am well known with each of the patients and their method. Some will be able to give more answers freely, and some patients will have some limitation to it. But they will get the questions before I come there, so that they are able to prepare. But we want to make sure that the answers are straight from the patient. So that's why we want to make sure that they don't need their family there or their healthcare personnel. So of course I will be able to go get them if there's something that needs to be done, a procedure or anything. But of course I'm not like a neutral person, because I am their doctor in there. So we have to consider that too, of course.
Thanks. Fantastic. I'm very curious what's gonna come out of it. Yeah.
Any other questions for Fred? Or for Hella, who's still with us? Thank you both for really excellent presentations. It was really worthwhile hearing what's been happening in Norway and the results of all of the interesting research that you're doing. Thank you, Parker, for your questions too.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is David Moses. We're 2 or 3 minutes early, but I guess he's probably with us by now, David. Associate Professor David Moses is a brain-computer interface researcher within the Edward Chang Laboratory at University of California. He first joined the lab over 10 years ago as a PhD student, developing approaches to decode words and sentences from brain activity in real time. After graduating, he stayed on as a postdoctoral scholar in the lab, where he led multiple projects as part of the Bravo clinical trial to decode intended speech from the brain activity of individuals with severe paralysis as they attempted to speak. Now, as an adjunct professor, he continues to manage and coordinate cutting-edge research projects aimed at restoring expressive and embodying communication to persons who are unable to speak. Patients living with locked-in syndrome struggle to communicate due to their physical disability, despite their desire and their mental capacity to express themselves. Existing assistive technology, communication technology, can restore meaningful communication to these patients, but these devices are often slow and unnatural to use. In the Chang lab, we are developing a speech neuroprosthesis, which is a system that uses advanced neural implants and machine learning to translate neural activity into a user's intended speech. In his presentation, David will introduce the scientific background behind this technology, describe their proof of concept system, and then showcase more recent developments of their technology. In general, speech neuroprostheses offer a potential avenue towards restoring rapid, naturalistic communication and expression to persons with locked-in syndrome. David's going to give us his presentation now, and that's immediately going to be followed by a locked-in syndrome person called Anne Johnson, who actually had the speech implant given to her, implanted by David Moses and his team. So we'll hear from both sides of that. Thank you very much, David. Good to see you.
Thanks again for having me. Good morning or afternoon, wherever you are. Really, it's a great pleasure and honor to be here. So I'm really excited to talk to you today about what our team has been focusing on for the past few years, and then hear a follow-up from one of our participants, Anne, who is an incredible person, pleasure to work with. So yeah, really excited to just get into this. Of course, for this audience, I don't need to preface my presentation with how important communication is. I think everyone here understands the importance of being able to express oneself and to have technology that can really enable individuals with locked-in syndrome to express themselves. And I just want to start by showing this graph where we can see that assistive technology to help patients with locked-in syndrome and patients with other forms of disabilities to communicate. And you can see that there are technologies that really can restore some very meaningful communication. And this is incredible, life-changing technology. But what we want to introduce and focus on is that the technology is slower than speech. It's a little bit less natural than speech as well. And what we want to build towards and enable is a technology that can allow anyone to communicate through speech. And how would something like this work? We coined the term, or we use the term, a speech neuroprosthesis, which is where you have a user and some kind of neural interface. So some hardware that interacts with a part of the nervous system to record brain activity. And then we can take the signals from the brain and process it through some system and then decode it into output that can then be in the form of speech and text and other types of control. And so and the key here is that this would be controlled by the person simply trying to speak. So simply attempting to speak, even if the person is unable to speak, the brain activity that is associated with those speech attempts can be decoded. And that's what I'm going to be focusing on in my presentation today. So just to give a very, very high level overview of speech, it's something that our lab has studied for over 10 years in the Edward Chang lab at UCSF. And there's approximately 100 muscles in your vocal tract. And to be able to speak, you have to be able to engage and precisely control, approximately 100 muscles at the same time. And here's some key, what we call like articulatory points of interest features that are modulated when you try to speak. And just to keep going, this is just, don't feel the need to read through everything on this slide, but it's just an overview to show that for actually over 100 years, people have been looking into speech. But this research in how the brain orchestrates speech has really kind of exploded in the past few decades, with more and more groups, more publications really diving into this question. And a lot of that is what's enabled us to achieve certain milestones. And this video I'm about to show you is with persons who can speak, who volunteer to be parts of our studies while they're getting treatment for epilepsy. But what we do here, and there'll be sound in a second, please tell me if you can't hear the sound in a moment, is we're actually decoding speech and articulatory movements from brain activity. Were you able to hear that?
No.
No.
No, okay. I may have to stop and reshare with the sound enabled if you give me one moment. Well, unfortunately, it told me that I have to restart my Zoom or my PowerPoint to share sound. So I may just actually skip this. It's not absolutely necessary. But basically the takeaway here is that we were able to decode from brain activity in this pattern. So these dots are representing electrodes that are implanted on the surface of the brain. And from the specific activation patterns, we were able to use machine learning and artificial intelligence to translate these neural patterns into articulatory movements that you see here, which then were used to generate a speech waveform, which is what you see down here. So a synthesized voice. Okay? And so that's the basis for some of the technology that we're working on now. But as we said, we want to build a speech neuroprosthesis, something restorative. Someone who's locked in could be able to use this, not just people who are able to speak naturally. So how do we build this technology? How would this type of technology work? And these are some key questions that were not understood about 5-6 years ago. If you had someone with the motor cortex, the part of the brain that allows us to control our vocal tract, but you had an injury, let's say, to the brainstem, or ALS has damaged the brainstem and other parts of the brain to hinder this pathway between the part of the brain that lets us control our vocal tract and the vocal tract itself. If this part is damaged, can you still do a same approach like what I just showed you and take brain activity from this area and use it to actually decode intent? And so this is why we started the BRAVO clinical trial, stands for the BCI Restoration of Arm and Voice. It's a trial to test out new technology for the long-term restoration of communication and movement. And it's between our lab and the Dr. Chang lab and Dr. Ganguly's lab at UCSF. So our goals, from within our lab, is to study the neural representations of speech, patients with paralysis, locked-in syndrome, to validate the safety and long-term viability of our BCI approach. Here, BCI stands for brain-computer interface. Maybe it's roughly interchangeable with the neuroprosthesis term that I introduced before. And then to develop a speech neuroprosthesis to restore communication. So these are some of our long-term goals for the trial. And I would like to, I have the pleasure to introduce on this slide our first clinical trial participant, his name, who goes by Pancho. So here he is controlling a communication device with residual neck movements and this baseball cap and stick. And he had a brainstem stroke that left him unable to speak, to write, and he uses means like this to communicate. But he's still, and as we all know, his cognitive function was not impaired by the stroke, and he's still an extremely sharp and really just a wonderful person. And he, through a very selfless act to advance the science and the technology for the future, to help patients in the future who are in a similar position as himself, he volunteered to be the first person in the study where we implanted a sheet of electrical sensors over the surface of his brain. So this is actually like laying on, not penetrating his brain, but just sitting on the surface of his brain inside his skull. These sensors that allow us to record brain activity. And this is what, this is a rough reconstruction of his brain. And here's what we're recording from. And so what we were able to build with Pancho is what we're calling the first speech neuroprosthesis. And the way the system works is, let's say that he received a prompt. How are you today? He would attempt to respond, and the brain activity that we record from this implant would then get passed through this pipeline. I'm not going to go through in too much detail, but basically it's a way to detect when he's trying to say something and to decode what he's trying to say. And this, we started with a limited 50-word vocabulary just to get a proof of concept system that we could demonstrate and assess. And from this, we were able to actually get some very favorable decoding, especially for an initial attempt. This is the first time that something like this had been tried before. And so here's some target sentences that he was trying to say. Here's what was decoded without a language model. So a language model is kind of like autocorrect features on your Microsoft Word or on your phone. So without the language model, just purely from brain activity, we're able to get fairly reasonable decoding. But when you include the language model, you get even better decoding. And here's an example of what the system actually looks like. So here he is getting this prompt, and now he's trying to respond by just attempting to say the words that he wants to communicate. And so those in that the responses are being detected. Like when he tries to speak, that's detected from the brain activity and then decoded into those words that you saw. And in more recent work with Pancho, and one thing I want to emphasize here is these what I'm about to show you was obtained about 4 years after his brain implant. So just to emphasize as a side note, it's very stable technology, and we believe can work long term for patients, not just something that is implanted and only works for a little bit. So this is 4 years after he got the implant. We decided we wanted to try something new with him, and he is a bilingual speaker. Actually, English is a second language that he acquired after his disability. So he's never actually spoken English. Um, he used to, his first language is Spanish, and so we thought it'd be special to and very interesting from a scientific and engineering perspective to see, can we allow him to communicate in multiple languages? So again, same device, and now he's trying to say this sentence in Spanish, and it's a similar system where we're detecting when he's trying to speak, and then now we're decoding the words. And so this is about 100-word vocabulary now across the two languages. Okay. And then the same system, so that was a Spanish sentence. So the same system can be used to decode English too. He just has to attempt to speak in English. He doesn't have to prime it to say which language he's about to speak in. So the model tries to figure out, the decoders, the machine learning AI models try to figure out which language he's speaking in addition to what he's trying to say. Okay, so now I'm going to switch gears and talk about Anne, our newest participant, who you'll hear a lot more from in a little bit after my presentation. So we have this is a rough MRI of her brain, and these dots represent the sensor. So this is more channels. If you might notice, this is a newer version of our hardware that has about twice the number of channels, and Anne very graciously volunteered to get this new device implanted and to be part of our study. And with Anne, what we've done is developed a multimodal communication neuroprosthesis. And so what I mean by that is when Anne tries to speak now, in this study, when Anne tries to speak, we're decoding not just the text that you saw, so that's this stream going to text decoding, but we have three different models. These are just representations of models, and we're decoding text, audible sound, and the animation of an avatar, of a digital avatar. And so Anne was able to use a vocabulary of about 1,000 words to communicate at about 75 words per minute with about 75% accuracy. And so here are some of the sentences that we were able to decode with Anne as she tried to say them. Just to give you a sense for the variety of sentences that are possible and what mistakes look like and what it looks like when the model is right. And just in the sake of time, I'll keep going a little bit fast, but here we go. Here we see some decoded speech waveforms. You can ignore these blue plots and just look, these are what the waveforms look like. And this is what or actually this is what we decode, and this is the reference. So you can see similarities between these samples, and I'll show you some examples in a second. And then also we enabled not only this facial avatar to be animated alongside the spoken speech that was decoded, but we can also decode certain facial expressions, such as happy, surprised, sad, and also certain mouth movements. And this these charts here, if you see a strong diagonal, this diagonal, a lot of dark along the diagonal, that just means high accuracy. Okay, so let me show you, because this is the best way. Again, apologies that I don't have my sound. It doesn't appear to be working through the Zoom right now. But what we're showing here is that as Anne is trying to say sentences, we are decoding the text that appears on the screen. It'll appear down here. Also, the sound, like a personalized artificial voice that we tuned to Anne's preferences and Anne's likeness, and also this avatar that she chose to animate alongside the voice. So in those examples, those are three separate sentences kind of stitched together into one video. And so Anne had tried to say those sentences, and then a few seconds later, that's what the output looks like. And next, I'll just show you, just really quickly, these are some facial expressions too that we can decode from the same array, same thing as Anne tries to make these facial expressions. This was very preliminary, and we hope to make this far more expressive in the future. Okay, so just to start wrapping up, I just wanted to kind of discuss with everyone here a little bit about the 2-year time frame and the 5-year time frame for where we think the technology is headed. So some of the things that we really are working on now is how do we scale our technology to larger vocabularies, and how do this should enable us to scale to other languages and other things like that. We just want it to be more generalizable. We also want it to be more expressive. So we think with the avatar, it's something pretty unique, and hopefully we can facilitate more expressive interactions and control and a deeper sense of virtual embodiment. We want to continue working on the hardware. Right now, there's cables and things that make it a little non-ideal. And we just want to continue to push on this front, and this should enable us to get better performance as well with our decoding algorithms. And then finally, we just need more users to test the technology with, more amazing people like Anne and Pancho to volunteer to help us push this science a little bit further. And then just to give a little bit of a beyond just our lab and our work, there are other groups working on this as well, kind of across the globe and in startup companies. There's a lot of interest from the FDA and regulators. I don't know much about the European regulators. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I can't comment on that. But at least here, the FDA is very engaged in this technology and really wants to see it safely and reliably and responsibly reach patients. Amazing groups like the group that's gathered here today are included in our discussions. We'd love to hear any feedback and to learn from you, because ultimately this technology is about helping patients. And so we don't want to lose sight of that. And I just want to leave with this kind of a little bit longer sentence, but I think driven by all of these advances in these engagements, I'm personally optimistic that within the next 5 years, there may be speech neuroprostheses that become commercially available, and hopefully can start to help further improve aspects of patients' lives, patients with locked-in syndrome. We hope the technology can improve expression, autonomy, quality of life, and various other things, connectivity. And so I'm personally optimistic. I really hope that we do see this, and our group is going to try our best to do our part. So I just want to thank a few people and our funders, my PI Edward Chang, and a lot of our essential collaborators and team members. And if you'll excuse this plug for our trial, we are still recruiting. If you want to just learn more, there's no commitment at all. If you just want to learn more about the technology, have someone explain it to you and like all the different aspects of what I talked about a little bit deeper, then you can reach out and we're happy to give you more information. So yeah, thank you. Really appreciated the opportunity to speak today. And if there's time for questions, then happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, David. Yes, there is indeed time for questions. I think Phil's got his hand up already.
Okay, I have my hand up for clapping because David, that's an excellent work and excellent presentation.
Wasn't it?
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually have about 3 questions. I don't want to hog the floor, but I have 3 questions. One is the avatar is very, very interesting. And if I understand it correctly, the avatar or the camera is looking at the patient's face, and the participant, I should say, is making expressions, facial expressions. Is that correct?
No, so it may be, we did have a camera in the video, so perhaps that was a little suboptimal. We weren't actually using the camera, it was just kind of there. So the avatar was, it's in like Unreal Engine environment, so the avatar's there, and then the patient, and the participant, and would try to make certain facial expressions, and the neural signature associated with that was decoded into the facial expression that was used to animate the avatar. So the camera wasn't being used.
Right. Okay, so you really extrapolated the facial expressions from the neural activity alone that presumably was over the face area because your electrode is pretty wide. That's really great.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. I heard a little ahead of you because I heard the talk by Ed Chang last summer showing the avatar.
Great.
I actually timed it from the time the patient was presented with a sentence to say and actually coming out and saying it, and the avatar was about 5-6 seconds. So have you any plans to shorten that time? Because that's not a conversational rate speech. So can you speed that up somehow?
Yes, actually, that's we have been working on that. That's something that we want to improve, and we have some, I think, preliminary results that are very exciting. So we just are going to try to push forward on this. So just so everyone understands what Dr. Kennedy is saying, it's that there's this delay from when Anne attempted to say something and when the decoders actually output it. And that's because we were using models that are a little bit slow. And so in more recent effort, we're really trying to get this much faster so that as Anne is trying to say something, we can decode it right then. We've done some very initial work like that before, with Anne a year or 2 ago. But now in our recent efforts, we're trying to refine that, and I think it's a great point. And hopefully, you like what we can hopefully get published sometime soon, so that share with the community of our solution to that problem.
Okay, just one other question. I noticed that with Sancho, you said that you did something extra with him 4 years after the implantation of the electrode, right? So the published studies show that those ECOG electrodes do not survive more than 2 years. They're giant cells and nasty histological things, but it seems like that's wrong, that maybe they do survive. Have you evidence for survival apart from Sancho? Any survival?
Yeah,
data?
I mean, I think that what you're right, that there are some histological responses. So what I think the most prevalent one is encapsulation. So you have the
Yeah.
brain surfaces and you have the ECOG array, electrocorticography array, and then there's some encapsulation of it. But from what we've seen, I think others have published on too, from multi-year, like longer than 2 years, 4 or 5. I believe the first author Pels in 2019. I may be getting that wrong, but with the NeuroPace devices. But you can still get signals. The high gamma, which is the frequency range of interest
Right.
for us, is a little bit attenuated. but you still can get signals. And so for our group with Poncho, we're using still high gamma and also low frequency signals that are a little bit more robust to this tissue encapsulation. And so yeah, we're still able to see. Yeah, we're still able to see. I mean, that was even more a larger vocabulary than we used in the beginning with Poncho. So I don't think we've seen like this drop in performance that maybe we were a little nervous about to going in. So it's pretty favorable.
Yeah, I mean, these patients can last, you know, if they're ventilated and looked after really well, as we said earlier in the morning, I mean, they can last for years. They can survive for years. So we need electrodes that survive for years, obviously. Okay, I'll hush. Thank you very much, David. Well done.
Thank you, Phil. I think Frank has a question.
Yeah.
Yes, and not just years, but decades actually. But thank you. Some of my questions were covered. David, thank you for a very nice, interesting presentation. I just one more question about the usability. Is as I understood it, earlier versions had you had to use quite some time every time they want to use the system for calibration. So how is it from like how much time does it take from you start to plug the cable until you can actually recognize
Yeah.
speech?
No, that's a really great question and a really important point. It's something that we really think like it's really essential to us when we want to test and evaluate what we're building. The good news is that compared to maybe some other approaches, the signals we see are fairly stable, especially day to day. So we've definitely plugged in and just started testing the system without any. We actually don't do any day of recalibration. So the most we would do is if we're recording 5 days in a row, then on day 5 we train or we update our models on the previous days. We don't have to do any day of recalibration. The signals are stable at least within that time frame. Like probably a long-term solution would be um, something that's automatically recalibrated, or maybe you have a dedicated little recalibration session, like maybe every week. I don't think you would need every day. And to your other point about usability, we really want to build a fully implantable device. We don't want this cable, it's a connecting. It's just so much risk. And uh, in terms of like with our current implant, we have to maintain the wound area to make sure it doesn't get infected. But a fully implantable solution can heal, and then you won't have to worry about that. And it'll be much more convenient for patients who want to use the system every day to not have to rely on someone to screw in these things and get it to work. So yeah, we're really optimistic that this will be something that will be fairly plug and play for patients in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, I think you have your hand up.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, David. Great talk. I was curious. You said that the future plans are to provide more ways of expression, and you were also talking about embodiment even of the virtual avatar. I was curious also from an ethics perspective, what does it mean to have more expression? What kind of avenues are you going to explore? And related to that, is the goal always to provide natural communication? In other words, able-bodied communication, or are you also looking into maybe more diverse ways of expression? Wow, those are both really, thought-provoking questions. Let me see. For the first one, what we're trying to do now with the avatar is to just understand how I think that there are still some excuse me, there's still some use case considerations that we are trying to think of and think creatively about. Right now, we're excited by the technology and when we had Anne work with it, one of the first motivators of the technology was of using an avatar as part of our system was to um, kind of you could think of like a rehabilitation or training, not rehabilitation, but training. So you could show please make these mouth movements, and then the user could make those, and that would help us fine tune our models. But it quickly grew into something else where Anne enjoyed using it and said that maybe for her specifically, And I hope Anne will be able to talk about this, but she's interested in using something like this for counseling, for example, to counsel others who have gone through similar experiences as her. She thought it might put them at ease or be interesting from that perspective. And so we're really trying to think like how far can we push this in terms of different types of embodiment and as the world is becoming more digital, we might have a stronger digital presence, in the coming years. I'm not trying to predict any metaverse or anything like that, but there's just a variety of applications and value, I think, in being able to have control of a of a digital avatar, and then maybe we can think about applications from there and how we can relate that to improvements maybe in the physical world and it's still fairly early and we're open to suggestions, but right now we're just trying to explore the space. And then I would say for your second question, we have been focused on speech and on, eventually like control of a computer and things like this. But I hadn't thought about completely novel um, ways of control that are maybe not that are more typical to like maybe folks who are locked in and I mean we know the assistive communication technology and we know these, but yeah, I'm curious. Maybe one day we can talk about what you had in mind if you had anything in mind. I'd love to brainstorm a little bit.
About music, have them play music. We did that with
Oh yeah,
yeah, it's cool. And Dick would like that.
right.
Yeah,
Dick would love
That's a
it.
great idea.
we actually did it. We had the patient sitting there in this, the neurotrophic electrode, and the signals would come in. We'd attach them to notes, and he'd just sit there playing music. He loved it.
Right. And we've looked into pitch before, you can have some that's one only maybe one step away. Yeah. It's great.
Do you have a question, Tina?
I just wondered if in the future, if there's a possibility that this would be a non-invasive application.
Yeah, that's another really great question. I, I personally am not optimistic about non-invasive options. They're very limited in the types of signals that you can get. I would say probably there's one that is being kind of looked into very heavily right now, both in academia and industry, which is like facial EMG. So you could put EMG sensors along the face and try to detect very residual movements and the muscle activation associated with very, very minor, maybe even imperceptible movements to see if you can translate that into decoded outputs. That's interesting. EEG technology is getting a little bit better. I would say year by year. I think there's still a promise there, but I just don't know if you'd ever be able to like what Anne was able to achieve. I'm not sure what a non-invasive method to achieve that would be. Other people are also looking at ultrasound too, by the way, like ultrasound sensing, but these things it's really difficult to get the same level of signal resolution that you're able to get by going inside the skull, fortunately. And so we hope that with our approach, where you don't have to penetrate the brain, that maybe it's still invasive, but it might be some kind of middle ground. But I think yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. You got
Sorry,
something?
Tina, it's kind of like Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf? The big bad wolf being us who do the invasives. But we've done 6 patients, right? 6. And there were, except for me, but they were all implanted with electronics, single channel, not great, but they all had electronics and we had no problems. The only problems were the electronics broke down, so we had to replace them. But once you cover it up totally, and as David was saying, they're trying to do everything implantable. It'll just be, I mean, you have cardiac pacemakers, and everybody wants a cardiac pacemaker. Who needs one? There's no hesitation. Previously, there was electrodes stuck through the chest wall into the heart, and if it fell out, they died. Now they said, well, we've got to have, I can tell you the whole story about that, but basically, it's going to be just as natural as cardiac pacemakers. And David is absolutely right. In 5 years or so, it'll be pretty much routine. I imagine that when patients come in to the hospital locked in, they get implanted in the first few days with electrodes, and they'll start speaking right away. That's what I foresee.
Yeah.
That's the dream. That's the
That's
dream.
incredible.
It's going to be reality, David. You'll see.
That's incredible. And what is the cost related for something like that?
Okay, the cost. In our system, we estimate about 150,000 for the whole lot, including the computers and so on. And we've estimated how Medicare would pay for that, since it saves so much money, patient care and loss of income from lack of employment. And so Medicare eventually will pay for it. In the US, I'm not sure about Europe, but it sounds like, from what I heard today, that the systems in Europe are very free and easy with money, and they get looked after. So, but I'm not sure, David, you could answer the question from your point of view.
No, I think that sounds really reasonable. There's not much precedent, as you might imagine, in the market right now. But if you look at the unfortunate story of Second Sight, which was a retinal trying to restore vision, that was about 150K, and they get Medicare, CMS. Like, this is in America, at least. I don't know if it ever made it to other continents, but to other countries. But that, even though that company wasn't successful, like, you can still learn that $150,000 was fairly reasonable, and with reimbursement, so that patient will not pay that much, not close to that much. And so we are, optimistic that it's exactly as Phil says. There's so much potential to ease burden on the patients, ease burden on caregivers, to restore productivity to the patients. We want them to be able to do the same things that we can, and not be limited by their technology that they have available right now. If there's no reason that they couldn't, as so much of the workforce is digital now, like, there's so much value, I think, that we can have just from that, in addition to them being able to communicate with their loved ones, and all the other, like, extremely important personal personal features that we want to have in the technology. So yeah, I agree with that take.
Great. Thank you very much. On that very positive note from you as well, Phil, how the future's looking with, as you say, with the heart transplant, heart pacemakers and so on. They're just a part of medical procedure now. So it's likely to happen in exactly the same way with brain things. Thank you very much, David. It was really good to meet you. Thank you for coming. You can go and rest again now, because it's like the crack of dawn in your country. I'm so sorry to get you so early. But thank you very much.
No worries.
We'll bring Anne's actually given us several recordings. I'll tell you a little bit about Anne. What we're going to do is play a couple of her recordings, which tell you a bit about her life, and then there'll be a video of her part in David's study, which will be fascinating. Anne lives in Regina in Saskatchewan, Canada. In February of 2005, she had a vertebral dissection which led to a brainstem stroke. That time, she was 30. She had a 13-month-old daughter and an 8-year-old stepson, and a 26-month-old marriage. Since 2006, she's lived at home with her family. Her goal was to watch her children grow up. Her stepson is 27, and her daughter is now 20. 3 years ago, she volunteered to do a research study with the Chang Lab in San Francisco, California, and she lived there for 18 months. But then she got an infection and had to drop out of the study. So she'll be talking about that when we see her video. She's going to be discussing the implant and the speech synthesis that was achieved with her by David Moses and the team who gave his presentation prior to us just now. She's going to show a video about the study, and we'll kick off with some information about how Anne is and how she lives her life. Thank you very much, Balka.
Okay. My name is Anne Johnson. I have had locked-in syndrome for 19 years. I have been very lucky. For the last 18 years I have lived in my home with my husband and children. I am from Canada, but my ancestors are from Britain, so I chose a British accent. Plus, I thought if after my injury this was my voice, it would be funny. Here are some helpful things that I have learned over the years. I like to have my teeth brushed both morning and night because it makes me feel more human. I wear hard-soled shoes so I have fewer toe and arch cramps. When I sleep, I put 4 pillows under my knees so my feet are flat on the bed and there's no pressure put on my heels. To be safe, I only use my standing frame when my husband is with me. I eat soft foods by mouth because I can't chew but I can swallow. I have all liquids though my feeding tube. I am always cold so I keep many blankets close by. Goodbye.
Okay, yes. Hi, it's Cheryl and Ann here. What Ann would like to show you is how her ceiling track works in her house. She's got quite a wonderful setup. Goes from the living room down the hallway to the bathroom and also to her bedroom. So first of all, what we do is we put her lift sheet on her. And we put it on in such a way that she is sitting up straight. We don't want her leaning over in the lift sheet, or we don't want it pinching her. So we just take our time putting it on. We try to make it so that the straps at the bottom here are equal where the yellow ends. We bring her ceiling track over. And I'm going to move her back a little bit. As you can see, we've got a bit of an angle there, and we don't want that. And with Anne, we put the bottom straps on the longest loop, which is red. The middle strap goes on the short blue loop. The top goes on the short blue loop as well. And she likes to be in a sitting position when she's up in the air. And we just make sure that the machine is not going to hit her head or her face or anything. Okay, and then I like to just smooth the straps out underneath her thighs so they don't bunch, because these straps can, they hurt if they pinch. And here we go. I'm gonna just go behind. Normally I would be in front, but I'd like you to actually see how this machine works. Now, when we get to her room, there is a pulley system. It's on a swivel. Can you get a better picture of this? Up here?
Yeah.
And you can see if I pull, I have to get Anne in the middle of the swivel there. And if I pull the right rod, it turns. And in she goes. So now I can get her safely onto the bed. And Anne also has a height adjustable bed here. And this is where we give her any of her care. Any personal care is done in this room. And then I can just unhook her. And there she be. And I can bring the bed up now. Bring it up to my height. And this is how we do her care anytime she needs something done. So that's it. Done. Okay, now that we're in Anne's room, Anne is not able to swallow any saliva or liquids, so we have to, when we brush her teeth, we have to use a suction machine on her. So, and she's got an older one here that works just fine. So if we brush her teeth, we'll pretend that she's brushing her teeth, which I do for her. She gets a buildup of saliva, so then we go in and we suction it. And she lets me know by nodding her head when she's had enough. So now, we would like to show you a little more on the ceiling track and how it works. We're going to just take her into the bathroom because we're able to put Anne right into the bathtub, which for some of you know that would be that's a real treat. So I just want to get her in the right position here. So here we go again. Again, I'm going to use, because I want her in a good sitting position. Another thing is we try to keep this strap here straight. We'll try not to use it when it's twisted, as it can bunch up inside the machine. So again, I'm putting the bottom straps on the red loop, which is the longest, middle strap on the short blue, as well as the top strap. And you can see we're pretty much underneath there, so that's okay. Okay, and again here I want to straighten this out. And we're just going to move her. you can see the top of the door frame's been cut out to get the lift through. So now here we go into the bathroom, and the same thing again. We just pull the swivel strap, oops, get the right one. And you can see we can take her right to the toilet as well. But here we go. This is how we get her into the bathtub. And we do use a bath mat and a bath pillow for her comfort and so that she doesn't slide. And we leave her hooked up when she's in the tub for safety reasons. Good. Okay. She will let me know when she's down far enough. So then with a handheld shower, we're able to give her a nice warm shower. And yeah, she likes to soak in the tub for a while. And that's how it's done. She's able to tell me if she wants the water warmer by looking at the tap. She will look at it, and then I just ask her, do you want it warmer? She'll nod her head yes or no. So, okay, there, that's it. That's it.
No, you don't want to do that.
You
Oh,
wanna do it?
she's got to come out anyways, right?
Yeah.
So.
Chair. Now what we're going to do is we're going to put Anne into her wheelchair. Put her back into the chair. Here, I'm going to get her up a little higher. Okay, so she's in a fairly good sitting position. She is leaning a little bit to the, off to the right, but we can fix that. Now Anne her chair does not tilt back. So chances are I can't get her far enough back in the chair. And that's what we don't want to do, is bump her in the head with the left. Okay, so now that she's in her chair, I'm going to pull the straps out from the bottom. First, what I'll do though is put her seatbelt on. And what I'm going to do is take her lift sheet out. So I'm going to push her forward. Now she will tell me how she wants to be positioned. If she leans her head to the right, that means that she needs to come up. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. Tilting back means she needs to go back. Now, I'm just grabbing the top of her pants to do this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we know she needs to go to the right. 1, 2, 3. You good? Okay. Now she's indicating she's sitting properly. I'm going to fix her legs. Do you want the blocking? And we have the old yoga block with some fuzz on the end of it for comfort. And this is because she's got some atrophy going on with her right hip and knee. We just put it in, make sure her feet are sitting as best we can get them. And we're gonna get her, strap her feet in. And that's it. Thank you.
So these were 3 videos showing about Anne's daily life activities. I think really beautifully capture how complex and wonderful it is, and how important the technical milieu is that also Fernanda was talking about earlier. And to have a caregiver that understands your ways of communication. And then for the final video, we'll show you about Anne's experiences with participating in the BCI trial that David Moses was just talking about.
Today is an opportunity for Anne and Bill to have a conversation through our brain decoding to facilitate what we think would resemble a future use of an actual real-life application of the technology.
We want to try to basically create a demonstration where we're decoding the text, the speech, and the avatar at the same time from Anne's brain as she tries to silently attempt to speak. We just trained some new models yesterday, so we might need to test it a little bit.
Okay.
Because like,
Yeah,
we'll run through some practice runs.
The device is an electrocorticography grid, which is attached to a pedestal, which is screwed onto the participant's skull. Anne is the very first person to have this combination.
I think you are wonderful.
In the training lab, we really focus on restoring voice to people that have lost it due to conditions like stroke or ALS.
What we're picking up on are neural activity related directly to the attempts to move her facial muscles, and that's what we're able to decode into speech.
Hey Anne, how's it going?
It is good to see you.
Giving them the ability to communicate again with their loved ones and caregivers is really what we're looking to do.
I was thinking about running to the store.
What time will you be home?
in about an hour.
Do not make me laugh.
That's the first time we've ever had a conversation using this system.
In order to communicate in her day-to-day life, she has an assistive communication device. These are dollar store glasses, and she interfaces with it using a little reflective sticker on them. It's very slow, and the device now is very old, but she relies on it.
For us to have that conversation using her Dynavox would probably be like a 5 to 7 minute conversation.
It was nice to have a conversation. I forget how slow this machine is.
When Anne was 30 years old, she was playing volleyball with some friends and had a stroke, which led to the condition that she has now, which is locked-in syndrome. At this point, she had a 6-month-old child and a 7-year-old child.
You are truly wonderful people.
The physicians have no idea why this happened. That was now 18 years ago.
Hand that to me, please.
How can we create technology that can help people really meaningfully contribute with all sorts of abilities?
Hi, how are things going?
Hi Anne, things are going fine. How are you feeling about the Blue Jays today?
Anything is possible.
Oh, you're showing not a lot of confidence in that today, are you?
You are right about that.
I guess we'll see, won't we?
I feel really lucky to work with a group of students and fellows and engineers and scientists, all as a team that have had this singular goal for the last 10 years to build a device that can restore speech. And we are getting so close to making this something that is going to be a real solution for patients.
Will you do me a favor?
It's incredible to hear her discuss her journey.
Hand that to me, please.
Apart from her motivations to actually advance this technology,
I thought it would be good for me.
if you're able to produce text, synthesize speech, and then also a personalized avatar, she believes that would really, and we do too, advance her ability to become a counselor and to work with people. It's important to develop technologies which can better support individuals with disabilities, because it's a huge amount of people who we exclude from workplaces.
My hope is that this is going to be just a stepping stone to many other things that can be done for people who have lost the ability to communicate, to realize their full potential.
What a marvelous series of videos showing Anne how Anne lives and the incredible devices that help her to live more easily and more comfortably, and that astonishing BCI involved with David and the team there. Just amazing, really. Does anybody have any thoughts or comments on any of that? I think we're pretty much ready to move on to Esther. If you've got any comments, I'm going to make sure that I've got a way of people contacting David. So contact me if you can't contact him direct. So we'll move on to Esther Kruitwagen now. After studying medicine, Esther was trained as a rehabilitation physician in the Utrecht Rehabilitation Medicine Network in the Netherlands. After her training, she first worked in the De Hoekstraat Rehabilitation Center with a focus on neuro rehabilitation. Since 2006, she has worked at the UMC Utrecht and specialized in care for adult patients with muscular disease, with special attention first to patients with ALS and also to adults with SMA. Her research focuses on the quality of life and social participation of people with a muscular disease, in particular ALS, and adults with SMA. She's the coordinator of the National Care Network for ALS. In this role, she's involved in research and implementation of e-health, educational material, and guidelines for chronic ventilation. These projects are focused on people with muscular diseases, loved ones, children, and medical professionals. She regularly gives lectures. Esther's talk today will focus on quality of life and care for people with locked-in syndrome. She's going to speak about her experiences as a physician and a researcher. Welcome, Esther. Good to have you with us.
Thank you very much for having me. I hope you can see my slides, if everything's okay like this. It's wonderful. Thank you for the invitation. I'm a physician rehabilitation medicine in the Netherlands, like my Norwegian colleagues you just heard. And I work, at the moment, I work mainly with patients with ALS and other neuromuscular disease. But before this, I also work with other patients in a neurorehabilitation unit of the Hoogstaat. Wait, I hope my presentation. Oh, okay. There he is. Well, you asked me to talk about quality of life. That's an interesting topic because quality of life, I think, is a very easily used term for a lot. And it's sometimes I think it's too easily to use because it becomes like, well, a whole big term for something which you don't really know what it is for these patients and how to influence it. So on your left up, you see the ICF scale, which is the basis of a rehabilitation medicine, the way we talk about our patients and the model we use to talk about the impact of health condition. And you see body functions, activity and participation, social participation, a very important outcome of functioning. And obviously the environmental factors and the personal factors which influence all these segments of the health condition. And then we think quality of life or health-related quality of life is kind of a concept which is closely related to participation. I think when you're talking about patients with severe disorders like these patients with locked-in syndrome, you must never forget to also talk about all dimensions of life. I think the focus on physical care and physical problems is always very strongly available. But let's talk about all dimensions of life and also include the position of spirituality in life. That's not, it's not only for ALS. I mean, maybe you would think in ALS patients very logical because it's a palliative disease. But I think for actually for all patients with a chronic disease with severe restrictions, it's very important to talk about all 4 dimensions. And then you have the scheme of Huber. And Huber is a Dutch scientist, and she has a kind of the positive quality of life scale. And this is what you see. And what's very important about this scale is that it talks about positive health. So it's not about describing what you're missing and the functions you cannot do and the lack of quality of life, but it's asking in which functions, which dimensions you're able to do. How do you want to participate? So it's strongly focused on what you can do and where your choices are. I think that's a much more appreciative model of talking about someone's life. So as a doctor and a scientist, obviously, when I meet someone with locked-in syndrome, I work in university hospital, so often in acute situation. I sometimes, of course, I look into literature and see what we know about determinants of quality of life. Also to talk to ICU doctors, and you understand why that's so important. But I will go in that later. And then you find that determinants of quality of life. What do we know about it? Like we heard before, yes, few studies, unselected, mixed etiologies is all true, but I can give you some results. It's kind of a small review. We saw in a French survey that a lot of patients reported pain in the lower limbs, but a lot of patients also did not communicate the pain to others. I know that from other diseases, patients I treat, also ALS, that pain is an uncommunicated problem. Obviously, patients think it's part of the problem, they say, but it's uncommunicated. Then the living situation obviously is a determinant of quality of life. The people you have around you, the city you're living, or the environmental situation. And then family situations for me is a very important topic. We focus a lot on caregivers in Utrecht, and also among locked-in syndrome patients, we find that caregivers ask for more attention. They rate the need for information. They need a lot of communication about the situation, the disease, an acute situation, but also in a subacute situation. The fact that they don't know exactly the prognosis of what they expect for themselves and the impact on the young family, for instance, is well, it's a big burden for caregivers. And experience feelings of anxiety and depression, and also are the ones who under-communicate their problems. And then determinants like cognition and behavioral changes. I'm sorry. They are there and they are not widely reported, but like my colleagues also, we do recognize that sometimes there are cognitive and behavioral changes, and which is, well, you could say it's logical when you see that you have patients with multiple cerebral lesions, for instance, or ALS. Next slide, please. So we know that the disease duration over the years is positively related to quality of life. So patients start with a lower quality of life, and then in the course of time, especially when patients change from complete to incomplete, the quality of life they report is often higher, but also complete patients can report a high quality of life, which is what we also know from other diseases. I go in that later. The fact that you have good communication tools like we saw for Anne obviously is very important. The fact that you can use it is also very important, and Anne has a lot of capabilities to do so. But when you're only able to use yes or no code and you have a complete list, then it has impact on quality of life. Physical function is not as strongly related to quality of life as would expect it by caregivers who don't, or by healthcare professionals with not much experience, because we know that for a lot of diseases, we think that physical function is strongly related to quality of life, but actually it doesn't really comply for all of the determinants for the quality of life. Anxiety and suicidal thoughts often in the first phase cannot be others than negatively correlated to quality of life. And autonomy, very important. The way you can perform your activities, or the way someone takes care of you, and the fact that you have control over that. Like we heard about the IPA, the questionnaire about autonomy, and I think that's a very important determinant and something to strive for during the whole process. Next slide, please. And all comes in the whole psychological process patients go through, not only with locked-in syndrome, but every patient who, has an acute or subacute or progressive disease. With every change in the physical functioning, someone has to adopt and uses his coping style he's learned during life, but he's also learning during having the disease. And that is the reason why a lot of patients, we call that a response shift, and with a good quality of life, far much higher than a lot of healthcare professionals would expect up front. So we all go through these phases, and the fact that you can appraise the situation and learn from it, and use your experience you have to your life, your adaptive tasks, and your coping skills lead you to have a lot of impact on quality of life. You can also see, and you can imagine, that these are all appraisal and coping skills. These are all tasks and skills which you can learn, or at least it can be guided in by psychologists, for instance. So quality of life, like I first said, it's not something you can really touch or can really influence, but you can influence these factors and these steps you make through an adaptation process. Next slide, please. I talked about cognition. Cognition, obviously, often influences quality of life, because cognition can be very influential when it comes to adaptive processes. And the fact that it's there is, well, it's not only the ventral pons, but we have a lot of other areas which are included in the etiology of locked-in syndrome. And all the etiologies of locked-in syndrome is also a wide range. So you can imagine that it's not unbelievable that a lot of these diseases cause also cognitive problems. And I think they need more attention, or we should be very aware of them, because they influence the decision making, they influence the mood, and also the way patients are able to adapt to new situations. Next slide, please. So, like I said, overall good quality of life. Again, the studies are with very mixed etiologies, but they overall report a good quality of life. And that's, well, that's not unexpected in the quality of life literature, because there's a phenomenon we know as response shift and adaptation, like I said before. But again, the questionnaires that are used, for instance, and the studies that are cross-sectional are not enough basis to know more about quality of life. And what I mean about questionnaires, when you talk, for instance, about health-related quality of life, it's always related to your situation. So it's not about who you are, but it's about you in response to your situation. For instance, I know many SMA patients or ALS patients who say, my quality of life is fine when I have because I'm healthy at the moment, and when I have a pneumonia, yes, then I feel less well. And they say, well, at the moment, my health, they fill out the health-related quality of life questionnaire in a different way. So that's good to know that it's very related to the health-related quality of life is really a response to your physical function or your disease. And a lot of patients don't feel ill at all. So they should be asked about other aspects like religiosity, or like mood or satisfaction, or wellness, and because they are more overall personal factors which also make quality of life. Next slide, please. So I come back to this, for me, important slide. So that's why I always had the position of spirituality and Hubert, because they talk about general quality of life and not only health-related quality of life. Next slide. And talking about quality of life does play a big role in hospital when you talk with families, patients, when you're able to communicate with them in hospital in an acute phase, because this is the situation they often meet, I think, because a lot of healthcare professionals and also patients who are, a lot of individuals who learn about locked-in syndrome immediately responds like, well, that's the worst thing you can happen, and that you shouldn't be living through that. A lot of literature is also stating that, but when these people find someone in their neighborhood with locked-in syndrome, their opinion often changes. And healthcare professionals, like ICU doctors who are in acute phase, don't often know, or actually, I don't think they hardly know about the situation, and the few months afterwards in patients with locked-in syndrome can respond and can, for instance, use their thumb and communicate much better. It's a different situation. So that's something to be aware of when you're a hospital doctor, to educate your fellow doctors. And because I think it's locked-in syndrome is often called, it's often named, it's a very rare disease, but also talked about in the wrong way. And you see with situations like Anne, that's unbelievable what you can do for patients and how well they feel, and how high their autonomy can be. Next slide, please. So that's it. Johnson said it much better than me. But it's important to dismantle the negative view people have on quality of life and their locked-in syndrome. But it's sorry, last slide. But it's very important not only to, but it influences treatments and advice given by medical professionals. So you must be very aware. We must be very aware that we have to educate the colleagues, because it shouldn't be like this, that the situation about the prognosis and the quality of life and treatment is easily contradicted by the ICU doctors, for instance. I'm not saying that's the overall situation in the Netherlands, but I feel that this is one of the items we have to be aware of. Next slide, please. So I already said quality of life. Is this the right outcome measure? In the neurology literature, it's widespread, but I still think that's when you say what everyone should know what to talk about when you say quality of life, and also how to intervene in situations to improve that. And for me, autonomy or life satisfaction or participation satisfaction are much better outcome measures, much more close to the patient. And next slide, please. So what to do? Next slide. I think when I put everything, when I see what's being published at this moment and what to do yet, I think we should pay extra attention to psychological impact over time. I miss longitudinal studies, not only on participation, but also the psychological impact, the psychological treatment for depression in every phase, effective strategies for coping, for adaptability with the disease, acceptance in commitment therapy, for instance, and also focus on the social network. And more research on cognition and impact of the use of the augmented communication devices, but especially also on cognition and the way the restrictions have influence on, for instance, using difficult devices. Next slide. So I think the communication is wonderful. It's being developed at this moment, but we should evaluate over time. We should follow patients and not only follow them in the way they are using all the new possibilities, but also in the way they develop. And for instance, when you have ALS patients, that's different from patients with another etiology. But actually, without really realizing it, they change. And it's very difficult to diagnose that these changes and to realize what changes these are. And they're often cognitive or another way. So, and the only one can, for instance, who notices that can be Bauke or a colleague of him because they notice that patients have more difficulty with using the devices. So I think that's something we should be respectful and follow these patients far more in detail, how difficult also it can be. Cognitive, psychological, and also in their skills in communications, for instance. Next slide. And we should focus on caregivers and the family perspective. That's a big subject. I think caregivers and patients and quality of life are very strongly related. Caregivers are the caregivers, the spouses, family, friends, but there are often also children in the house. And we've learned from ALS that these are the silent caregivers who often do more than you would expect. They don't communicate about it. They feel, they shouldn't because, they should do this for their parent. They're very loyal, but can be 10 years later or something, they can be really, you can hear from them that they have had a very difficult period and they have their development, in their development and also in the psychological development, it can be an issue like 10 years later or so. So you have to be careful with them. And they often they don't want to report. They feel they're very loyal. So, and they do more than you think. So just to give attention to them and educate them, also by introducing new tools, they should have, they should be able to adapt to everything what's happening in the house as well. It has influence on them. Children, for instance, tell that they do not take friends home from school because they don't feel easy with that. It has influence, and I think that we should give far more attention to these children and to these caregivers. Next slide. For ALS, that's Melinda Kavanagh's work. She started with it, and she has made a beautiful information material for children from all ages. And we in the Netherlands, we translated this, and we made videos and YouTube films in which they interviewed each other and tell each other about the disease and about the impact on them. Really beautiful, and I think that it's a good idea to develop for them. I think you really adding, because a lot of parents are worried about how to take care of their children, and that's a big burden for them. Next slide. So obviously multidisciplinary rehabilitation in the subacute phase can be very complex and very compact. Speech obviously is very important to focus on. And then you see a lot of therapies like music therapy, which, just that's really individual in what kind of program you get. And for me, I always add the fourth dimension. So 4 dimensions, also spirituality, asking patients about their values, about what is important in life. Are we on the right focus? And I think that's the fact that you ask these questions to your patient, he realizes that you mean it and that you really have focus for all dimensions of his life. And this dimension is often not talked about by patients because they do not expect you to be interested in it, and because they are also very physical focused during a long phase. So I think it's very important that we as healthcare professionals focus on all dimensions and give room to conversate about it. And I haven't mentioned it, but also like sexuality and intimacy subjects which you have to mention and bring forward and to talk about it, because it's very important for the caregivers, obviously. Next slide. So like what I would suggest is kind of this program. When you do research and innovations, you focus on care just in time. It would be very nice for patients to do telemonitoring, because, well, Anne is certainly able to telemonitor. I think she would be the queen of that. And that would be really nice because she can longitudinal tell us about her experiences, and you can give her questionnaires. And a lot of patients also with less capabilities are able to telemonitor and fill out questionnaires, and which give you data over time. Patients with ALS have asked us to develop this. I mean, you often think, we as healthcare professionals often think that's a burden, but patients are really willing to tell about their situation and to follow that during time. We should have a good network. We should work closely together, all the caregivers and the healthcare professionals, and everywhere a patient goes. I think we all know that when you have a lot of caregivers and healthcare professionals, you must be aware that someone is the coordinator, and that should not be the patient. And then focus on the caregivers, obviously, and the children. So for me, that would be a suggestion for the next research. Next slide. And determinants of quality of life. Obviously, I already said that. Focus on stigma, for instance, and autonomy. The IPA, the IPA, I know that questionnaire, and I like it because of its focus on the right questions of autonomy. And I would suggest longitudinal research using BCI and telemonitoring. It's there. It's for grip. It's developing very fast, and it's really beautiful. Next slide, please. So this is some of the literature, and well, I'll take questions.
Thank you very much, Esther, for such an interesting presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
I have a question, if I may. So,
Thank you.
thanks a lot, first of all, and also I was thinking I spoke actually last week with a caregiver of a person that previously lived locked in because of ALS, and we started talking about quality of life, and then she said, "Oh, I hate that word." Because it's very much a medical perspective, and it's my husband always felt misunderstood because he was having a good life, but he was told his quality of life was low. And in your talk, you also suggested at some point, like, is it a good word? What do you think? Should we abandon the term?
Well, yes. I mean, be aware. So what you're talking about, and your thoughts about it. I mean, well, that someone has the authority to say to the caregiver that he had a low quality of life. I mean, probably he filled out a questionnaire, and you often see that caregivers go like this, and that the patient is in a very stable state of quality of life. But it's often the health-related quality of life questionnaire used. I think it's what he says. He doesn't know what to do with it. So that's, I think, when you talk to patients and when you want to talk business about what's important, ask them what's important. So don't use like quality of life terms. Ask what's important and strive for it. Yeah.
Fernando?
Yeah, I also had something to say about quality of life, but it goes in the same direction that as your question and Esther's answer. It's a standardized questionnaire, so it has one advantage, which is what enables to generate some comparisons. But its usefulness, of course, at the individual level is very limited. So as Esther said, one has to really be very aware of what the limits of the measures are. And to begin with, it has the disadvantage of being something that is aimed at measuring something. So it has a double feature, which is that it is subjective because there is no standard of quality of life. It's just what the respondents say it is. And on the other hand, it is a measure which suggests a kind of objectivity it doesn't have. But to use with groups, generate some kind of comparison, it's not bad. So, for example, if it shows that there is a correlation between quality of life, time in locked-in syndrome, well, then in itself, it's already an interesting piece of information that can be valuably used. Now, if we want to know more about the individual situation, it's of course very, very limited. So, it's just one measure. And if we are aware of its limitations, then, it's just to be used with other tools, I think.
I think, Tina, perhaps you want to ask a question?
I was just going to chime in and say quality of life in just general public. Has that been polled? And is there really a difference with people with locked-in syndrome? I mean, really, I've met some folks with locked-in syndrome that are having a much better day than I am, and I think that's something to also consider, not to peg them in a hole.
But it's very useful when you have to talk to ICU doctors because they're stunned by the fact that quality of life is high, like you say.
Yes.
It has a strong message, but then you have to leave it and go to, when you do daily care, you ask for the determinants of quality of life, and then it becomes interesting for a patient. Yeah.
Anybody else with some questions?
I have a question for Dick, if I may ask him.
There's also a comment in the chat, maybe that's addressed to Esther, and then
Yes, I
maybe
think
after we move to comments for Dick.
to Phil's
I
question.
can read it out loud.
Yep.
So Paolo
if
Amaro, it says, if
Oh.
communication is a human right, we would have to insist with each other of our authorities and also be able to create an international foundation to improve access to achieve communication.
Well, I fully agree. It's a basic right.
Yes, we've covered basic rights several times today, and it's very obvious that we do need to acknowledge and work towards that. Yes.
The fact, may I say something about this? I think the fact that something like the right to communication appears in a document like the UN Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities provides a guideline for national legislations and national actions. So it's not, a UN convention is not, doesn't obligate necessarily the signing parties, but it pushes them in a particular direction. And as these kinds of conventions are incorporated into national law, then they gradually, generate concrete action. So it's a process, but it is very important, even if it's very abstract and very much at the level of general human rights principles, that the right to communication is in such a convention. It obligates the parties to gradually, adapt their norms and to take concrete steps. Whether that happens or not is a different matter. Nobody controls. I mean, there is a control. There are regular reports about how much, how much local legislations are adapted to these conventions. But it's still very, very important symbolically. And it's also a flag, that anytime, the people concerned can say, hello, here, it's in the convention, you're obligated by it, and so on. So it's still a powerful tool.
Absolutely right, Fernando. Thank you for that point. Anybody else before we move on to Phil's question? Phil's actually got a question for Dick. I don't know whether Dick, I think you're still here, Dick. Phil would like to know whether you would like to play the guitar from your brain. He's still with us today.
Dick said yes.
He said
He'd
yes.
like to play guitar from the brain.
Okay, good.
Good question, Phil.
Someday.
Yep, someday. Yeah. Absolutely right. There's whole teams of people out there working towards those sort of things. Thank you very much, Phil.
Sure.
Does anybody else have any questions in general or points they'd like to raise?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Eerste rij, tweede rij, ik. Eerste rij, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Eerste rij, tweede rij, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, O. Eerste rij, tweede rij, derde rij, S, T, U. Eerste rij, tweede rij, derde rij, S, T, U, C. Eerste rij, A. Eerste rij, tweede rij, J, K, L, M, N. Eerste rij, tweede rij, derde rij, S, T, U, V, U. Eerste rij, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Eerste rij, tweede rij, derde rij, S, T. Eerste rij, A, B, C, D. Eerste rij, uitdagingen. Dick says, I like challenges.
That's a good thing. So does Phil, and I think so does pretty much everyone that works in this field. Well done, Dick. That's one for the future.
Yep. It's a challenge.
Sure. Great. Any more questions from anybody? We've had such a good, interesting program for the whole day. It's been really fascinating. Great, great presentations. Thank you to everybody that presented today and everybody that asked questions and took part. We've got another date for next year, Monday the 9th of June, already in the diary. Some people have already committed to doing a presentation for us, but if you're interested, contact me, and if I can't squeeze you into next year, we'll put you in the following year, because no doubt you'll be continuing with your research, all of you. Any other questions or points? Thank you very much, Phil. Lovely to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think a round of applause for everyone, and
Thank you,
especially also
everybody.
for you, Chen. Great.
Thank you very much for
Great
your help,
program.
Bauke.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
I wouldn't have got it done without Bauke's help today with all the technical things. He's absolutely marvelous. Comes rushing in like a knight in shining armor and resolves all of the issues. Thank you very much, Bauke. All right, everybody.
Thank you to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Join the community forum if you haven't already. It'd be lovely to keep in touch with all of you, and I'll post up everything, all of the information that you needed from this. And as soon as Bauke and I have sorted out the recording, we'll send it out to everybody, whether you've registered or not. It'll come to you through your registration email, or it'll be available on the community forum. Right. And if you don't get it, email me at my Brain Foundation address. Really lovely to see you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Donkey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. It was good to meet you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shannon. I look forward to it, seeing you again.
Yeah, we'll chat.
Okay. Good. Thank you. See you.
Bye, everybody.